Welcome to Poker Fraud Alert Radio. This is part 2 of the show that was recorded on November 23rd and 24th, 2024. This has been split into 2 parts because it was over 10 hours when it was broadcast live. It took a long time to edit, as you might imagine. So what I did was split up the show into part 1 and 2, edited half within a few days, posted that, and then waited several more days before posting this part 2 after editing that, which is going to be posted on December 1st, 2024, which is when I'm recording this right now. So the good news is the next show coming up December 7th is less than a week from when this is being posted. So you won't have to go that long until you get new content once again. I do want to remind you, December 7th at 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time is our big Robert Gray Memorial Free Roll. $877 minimum prize pool. There will not be a huge field, so it'll be easy to win. And it takes place in the No Fraud Online Poker Room. We will also have a live show at the same time. And consult part 1 of this show, which is posted as a separate episode, for more details about that. It is near the beginning of the broadcast. What you're going to hear now is the agenda portion that covers this show that was recorded back on November 23rd. You're only going to hear the agenda items that are going to be in this portion. The ones that were in the other portion will be cut out of that. So I'm going to get to that right now. So here comes the agenda of what we're doing in this episode, and enjoy. PayPal is up to their old antics again, and they are victimizing poker players again. Remember, they victimized Chris Moneymaker and many others? Well, they got Phil Galfond for even more money. They suspended his account with $117,000 in it. Somehow Phil was not familiar with the issues with PayPal and trusted them with $117K, which is unbelievable. So I'll tell you what happened with that. Prahlad Friedman is someone who I know a lot of you like to hear about. People enjoy my imitations of Prahlad Friedman. People keep asking me to do more Prahlad Friedman topics, and yet I don't do that many. So tonight, we're bringing it back because Prahlad is back in the news again. This time because he's become Twitter famous. Not just in poker. He's become Twitter famous after an embarrassing 2018 tweet exchange was made public by both James Woods and another big Twitter account. So combined, they had about 6 million followers, and everyone got a good laugh at Prahlad. I will tell you about that when we get to that segment. Then I'm going to play you a bit of a new show that Daniel Negreanu has started. And this is an interesting one. This is not really a poker show. And this is different than the Dat Poker podcast that he was doing with Adam Schwartz and Terrence Chan. This is something he's doing with his wife, Amanda. And the interesting thing about this show is that they're just telling you very intimate details about their lives, both past and present. And in fact, Amanda is opening up about a lot of issues, including her struggles with bipolar disorder, which up until now was not made public. I actually knew about it because of someone who had a big mouth, but I never made this public because that wasn't my place to do. That was her own business, so I wasn't going to make that public. But anyway, they've made it public, so now we can discuss it because it was discussed extensively on the show. I'm going to play you a little bit of the beginning of the show so you can get a taste of what it's like. I think it's a pretty interesting thing, and I think it's pretty brave of them to come out and just lay themselves bare like this. Now, not literally. So if you want to see Amanda bare, you're not going to see it, but you're going to hear it. You're going to hear all about their marriage, their dating leading up to the marriage, and her various issues with living with bipolar, all kinds of things you're going to hear about from them. And they're up to the 3rd episode, I believe. So I'm going to play you a clip from the first one, and you may want to go check it out if you like what I play here. And no, I'm not being given any money to promote it. I'm just going to play it because it's legitimately interesting. Gavin Newsom has done something which at first I thought was good. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to agree with Gavin Newsom on something. I can't believe I'm going to praise him for something. Then I read about it and it turned out, no, he screwed it up. Gavin Newsom has given California Indian tribal casinos the right to sue others, but nobody can sue them. Now, at first when I read the headline, I thought that people could finally sue tribal casinos, which is sorely needed because they screw people all the time. But no, it's not that. You still can't sue them. They can now sue other businesses, other casinos. They can't sue players, but they can sue other casinos, which is really bad. So I'm going to tell you about that. If you're one of the people who is getting Caesar's Diamond through the Wyndham Business Earner card, which is a credit card, then I have some bad news for you. You're not going to be able to do this in 2025. That benefit is going away. So I'm going to give you some other options to earn Caesar's Diamond either easily or through non-gambling means. And these will be working as of this broadcast date. At least I believe they are. I make no guarantees. Rapper Nelly has been arrested after a $50K casino jackpot ended up revealing that there was a Missouri bench warrant out for him because of a car insurance matter. So it wasn't a major matter that there was a warrant out for him. It was over car insurance, but this was found when they were doing the verifications regarding his jackpot at the casino. So I'll tell you what happened with that, and there is a conclusion to that story as well. Remember we told you back in April that there was an unfortunate murder of a poker pro who was only 30 years old in Toronto named Matt Bergart. I have an update on that. They've arrested the person who is believed to have committed that murder, and it was actually a teenager, someone underage. And this was after a huge movie-style shootout. So I'll tell you about that weird ending to this whole thing. Finally, I know a lot of you must be curious how I feel about the election. Our last show was an election special. You can find it on YouTube. It's one of our few video shows that we've done. And you get to see me, get to see my beautiful face, and you get to see me in Dodgers gear because I was wearing that in celebration of the Dodgers winning the World Series. And I did an 8-hour show. In fact, it's like exactly 8 hours. Just kind of worked out that way. And we had various guests on, so you can watch that as much as you'd like. I know it's not much drama to it because you know who won already, but we were doing it live as the election returns were coming in. Anyway, you're probably curious what I think, especially today now that there's been some more news since Trump won, which is 18 days ago. So how do I feel about his cabinet appointments and his plans? And also, why do I believe the Democrats lost? The Republicans are going to end up with the House, the Senate, and the presidency. So they did quite well this election. And why did the Democrats do so badly? I will give you my opinion. I know everyone's got their own take on that, but I'll give you my opinion. And I'll give you my opinion about Trump's plans and his cabinet picks. And keep in mind, these opinions are just coming from me directly. This is not me regurgitating Fox News or regurgitating right-wing media. I don't do that. I always just have my own take on things. Even if I am biased toward one side, I can also notice when my own side is doing things I don't agree with, either strategically or even positions they have. So let's get going here with our first topic. Remember when we had our segments about PayPal? Remember all the PayPal stuff? Remember Chris Moneymaker got $12K stolen from him by PayPal he was holding for a fantasy football league. They wouldn't give it back to him. They just confiscated it. And then he tweeted about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know all about this, and PayPal just likes to steal from people. And I contacted my attorney, Eric Benzamokin, who of course has been on this show many times, and I said to Eric, Chris is talking about how he might want to hire a lawyer here, and he doesn't have one yet. So I just want to know if you'd be interested, and if you would be, then I can recommend you to him. Now, Chris and I were not friends, but we were on good enough terms. You know, he knew who I was, I knew who he was, and I felt comfortable messaging him, and I felt that he would respect my opinion on who to hire. So we talked in DM, and I told Chris about Eric, and I told Chris about Eric successfully handling the Mike Postle situation for me, and he could look the articles up about that. And so he decided to do it. So basically he hired Eric on contingency, so he didn't pay Eric anything, but he hired Eric on contingency to start a class action lawsuit against PayPal over this. And PayPal was very, very much in the wrong. PayPal learned that they could just steal people's money at will. I'm not kidding. That's really what they were doing. So they set up a bot to look for violations of their rules. And if the bot decided that a violation had occurred, it would suspend the people's accounts and they could not get their money. And the suspension would last for 6 months. And you could not appeal it. There was no one to write to. You were just basically shut out. You had to wait 6 months to get your money. So the suspension was really a ban. And during those 6 months, you had to wait to see if anyone did any chargebacks. So that's what they told you at first, that basically because you violated the rules, that now they're holding your money for 6 months just in case there's any chargebacks from anything you did that is against terms there. And after the 6 months pass, that provided there's no chargebacks, that you'll get the full money. So Chris waited those 6 months. This is before he tweeted about it and before Eric got involved. And then at the end of the 6 months, PayPal informed him that actually he's getting none back because they are fining him $2,500 for every violation. And because he violated the rules 12 times by receiving this money for fantasy football, which, by the way, is legal to do, that since he violated these terms 12 times by receiving 12 payments, that 12 times $2,500 is more than the amount that he's holding of $12K. So, therefore, they're going to give him
0.0.
And it wasn't that they were going to refund it to the people who had paid him. No. They were keeping it for themselves. And upon investigation, Eric found that there were so many people that this had occurred to. There were people, there were small businesses from all walks of life that had as much as $120,000 confiscated from. I don't mean total. I mean, like, there's one business that lost $120K this way, where PayPal would suspend them 6 months, let them believe that at the end of 6 months they'll get access to their money, which is bad enough. And then once the 6 months would pass, then PayPal would say, well, actually, we're fining you $2,500 per violation, so you violated it so many times you actually get zero. Just outright stealing. And you could not speak to anyone. If you called the PayPal customer service number, you'd get a polite person saying, look, I'd love to help you. They just don't give me any access to this, so sorry. You say, okay, can I reach someone? Sorry, we have no way to do that. Can I write to someone? Sorry, we have no way to do that. You had no way to appeal. You had no way to talk to anyone. You had no way to chat with anyone or email anyone. It just would be decided by bots, and that would be it. And they would just steal your money. This seemed very promising. This looked like a class action suit that should be pretty easy to win. And I was glad that Eric had it. And Chris was the lead plaintiff. But then he couldn't be the lead plaintiff anymore because PayPal, once they saw that there were articles about this in the mainstream news, because Chris Moneymaker is a semi-famous person because of his 2003 World Series of Poker main event win that kicked off the poker boom. So this was starting to be covered in mainstream media. So they got nervous and quickly refunded him the $12K. So he could no longer be a plaintiff because he had no damages anymore. And the suit had not been officially filed. So a new lead plaintiff had to be found. And it was someone else in the poker world, not as well known. It was a female that had also been a victim of this. She got screwed too in the same way. And unfortunately, PayPal wriggled out of this because they compelled everyone to agree to individual arbitration from any disputes that would come up. So if you have a PayPal account, you have agreed to this. You may not know it, but you have. This is buried in their fine print. When you sign up for an account, that you're agreeing to only do individual arbitration if anything comes up, that you are agreeing never to sue them. And then they can bring that to court if you do sue them and say this needs to be dismissed because this person agreed there will be no lawsuits. So it's an agreement to do binding arbitration only. And not even just binding arbitration, binding individual arbitration. So it can't even be like a class action type of arbitration. It has to be one that each individual has to bring it for themselves, and that's it. And they do that on purpose because this way, there's no way they can be sued as a class or even arbitrated as a class. This way, each person has to bring it individually, and most of them just won't have enough money they lost individually to justify the legal fees to collect it. So basically they get away with stealing from everybody. Maybe the ones who have the very, very large balances, it would be worth it to hire an attorney, but everybody else, they just get away with it. And that's what they've probably seized tens or maybe even as much as $100 million this way is our estimate. Really awful. So anyway, Unfortunately, Eric's attempts to challenge this arbitration requirement did not prove successful, and they got away with it. So he did all he could, but they got away with this arbitration shit. And then at that point, since he couldn't arbitrate as a class, that was that. What's really stupid here is that this goes against the entire spirit of arbitration agreements. The purpose of arbitration agreements is when two businesses deal with one another, or even two individuals deal with one another, and they want to eliminate the possibility that one will sue the other and run up huge legal bills for both sides. So if you're engaging in business with a small company, an individual, two small companies together, and it's not business for a large amount of money, let's say it's for 4 figures, low 5 figures, and you don't want to take the risk that there'll be some major lawsuit over it. So both sides can agree, hey, you know what, we're going to prevent this by just both agreeing from the start that we're not going to sue each other, and if anything comes up, it'll just be binding arbitration. And that's fine, and that has a purpose, and that's why it's allowed. What should never be allowed is where a large corporation requires this of the individuals using their services, because that just takes away people's right to sue. So the large corporation just buries it in the fine print, hey, if you use our service, you can't sue us, and once you click accept without even knowing what you're accepting, then you've just lost your right to sue them no matter how badly they screw you. So that should never be the case. This should never be used to prevent lawsuits for wrongdoings by large corporations. This should only be something that individuals can do with each other or small businesses can do. This should never be something a large business can do to an individual. Never. But it is allowed, and there should be reform that way, but there hasn't been. So unfortunately, PayPal could not be stopped, and they're still doing it to this day. How do I know they're still doing it to this day? Because they just did it to Phil Galfond. So Galfond, he must not be reading poker Twitter very often, or at least maybe he wasn't a few years ago, because he should have been aware of all of Chris Moneymaker's problems and the problems that other poker players have said they had there. A lot of different poker players came forward and said PayPal screwed them. There was a lot of publicity about this at the time, especially on poker Twitter. But Phil Galfond, who admittedly has a lot going on, and I know at the time he was still trying to make Run It Once work, he just wasn't paying attention. So he must have not known. So he actually had $117,000 in his PayPal account. Now, what do you think happened? Yep, PayPal stole it. He got the dreaded email that his account has been suspended, that they're holding his $117K for 6 months. And in fact, they disabled his ability to even refund people, because that used to be the only way out of it, is you could refund people. That would be the only thing you could do. So if you knew people personally, you could refund them the money and then they could pay you another way. So he said he couldn't even do that. He couldn't even refund anybody. He wrote, PSA, meaning public service announcement, to new business owners. I took $117,000 in payments via PayPal in July. All $117K is still on hold, a precaution for a new business with big transactions. I tried to refund someone and they wouldn't let me, LOL. I'm sure I'll get my money someday, but this would kill some businesses. Well, yeah, it did. It did kill some businesses that Eric found when he was researching this a few years ago. TJ Jerkowitz responded, Stripe, which is another payment system, is the GOAT, meaning the greatest of all time. Phil said, I had issues with Stripe at first too, but they had integrity about it. They blocked too many payments, false positives for fraud. PayPal accepted them all, took the fees, and still has the money. Yeah. So everyone, including Chris Moneymaker and me, were telling Phil that he's screwed, that they're going to just steal it, that they're going to keep it, and they're going to claim he violated this in some way. He violated their terms, and they're going to fine him $2,500 per, and he'll come out with zero. So it looked like he was dead here, because this was just like all the others. He thought this is a precaution because it's a new business and that they just froze his money for that reason. But this is back in July. It's not like they froze it for a day or two while they were looking into, hey, show us your business is legit. This was since July, and just like everything else, he couldn't contact anybody. Nobody would talk to him. And for 4 months, he sat there with no access to $117,000 that he had sitting in PayPal. And they gave him that same 6-month story. Anyway, thanks to Phil having connections and being a semi-famous person because of his notoriety in poker, much like Chris Moneymaker, he had the rare happy ending with this. So this is what he posted on November 18th. Update. I posted this purely as a warning for others, fully expected I'd get paid in a few more months regardless, perhaps with a little hassle. Yeah, that's very optimistic, Phil. That's not what happened for just about everybody. After reading the replies, I realized I had a lot more to be worried about and decided I should prepare for social media war. Before I woke up today, thanks to @LeveragedAF, who is a guy named Daniel, I don't really know who he is, and tagging ACCE, which is Alex Chris, who is the PayPal CEO, my funds were released. I'm conflicted. After hearing what so many others have been through, I feel that it's unfair I got special treatment. I also don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth and continue to criticize. So I guess I'll simply say thank you to everyone who shared their stories and frustrations, which helped boost this post. I hope PayPal will change some of these practices, which fall somewhere between negligent and shady. Well, no, it doesn't fall somewhere in between there. It's just shady. It's just theft. And I wish everyone who's been impacted by them the best of luck in getting their situation resolved as quickly as possible, which won't happen. So basically, yes, he got special treatment because he's Phil Galfond and because he knew somebody, I don't know who this Daniel guy is, but he must have some connections there. And maybe the CEO saw in some way that he was tagged and that Phil Galfond has a lot of reach, and that the last thing they want is another one of these moneymaker stories that a prominent poker pro just got $117K stolen from him. So that seems to be PayPal's MO, is if you're famous or semi-famous, then they release it once they realize who you are. And if you're not, then they don't. They will continue to step on the little guy, and if you have any kind of fame and it can make them look bad to a big platform, that's when they will play ball and release your funds. So anyway, happy ending for Phil. And, he shouldn't feel guilty that he got the money. I mean, yeah, he got special treatment, but it's better than them keeping his $117K. It's his money. He should get it. And if you have to get special treatment to get that money, then do it. But I do understand how he feels a little bit guilty that others just don't get it resolved like this. But it's not his fault. I gave Phil a little message of congratulations for getting it back. I even offered to help him, know about the whole thing and understand what was going on. But he ended up not taking me up on it because it got resolved so quickly. He did thank me for my message to him, saying, "Thanks, Todd. Very happy to have it resolved. I hope this helps someone beyond just myself." Then someone named John, I don't know who this person is, but he responded, "I have the exact same story as you. 55K locked up in crypto. They didn't pay me until I went public on Twitter. The very next day I got paid." So I guess that's your best recourse here, is to go public on Twitter. And if you have enough of a following, or if there's enough attention paid to it, then they may pay you. So I don't know who this John guy is. He doesn't have a big following. He has 288 followers, but maybe, again, he got the attention of the right people. But this is not common. Most people never get it back. So that's pretty sad. And you have to pay attention. You have to pay attention to this type of stuff. So when you hear PayPal is stealing money from people, then don't use them. Or if you use them, do not keep a balance. You can use them without keeping a balance. And what you do is you just accept money that comes in directly to your bank, which you can do. You don't have to have a balance. You can disable the keeping a balance thing. And then just once you accept payment, it goes directly to your bank. And then you can send payments from your bank. But you should never keep a balance there, because they can take it from you at any time and you will have no recourse. You will have none. You may think, oh, no, if I've done something wrong, I can sue them. I can get the money back. No, you can't. They can take it and there's nothing you can do. It's the truth. Sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. And this is absolutely absurd. This is absolutely absurd that a payment company can be the judge, jury, and executioner of other people's funds. That just because they're holding the funds, that they can take the funds if they feel like it, and then hide behind arbitration, not allowing you to sue them. Banks can't do this. Banks can't just say, we're taking your money because you broke some rule. Banks can't fine you $2,500 every time they're angry at you or every time they think you've broken a rule and just take it. Banks are under very, very strict regulations as to what they can do with the money in your account. They can charge you fees and things like that. They can't just confiscate your money. They can ban you from the bank and pay you your money and say, get out, you're not going to have an account here anymore, but here's your money. They can do that. They cannot take your money, even though they're holding it. So how come banks can't do that, but these payment services like PayPal can? And there's no recourse. You can't even sue them. It's terrible. There needs to be so much reform in this area. Something I didn't do and didn't even think of at the time, but I think should be done, but it needs to be done by somebody who is a victim of it. It can't be somebody like me who's just unhappy about it but isn't a victim. I think a complaint to the Federal Trade Commission could possibly work because they will look at each complaint, and there is a form online to do it. So, in fact, if you had money stolen from you through PayPal, if PayPal stole money, I don't mean if someone stole money and used PayPal. I mean if PayPal itself stole your money, get a hold of me at 775-372-8355, and I'll guide you to where you can submit this FTC complaint. I'll even help you write it. I'd love to see them finally stop this shit. This is a nice form of income from them. They steal from individuals. They steal from small businesses. They ruin people's lives. They destroy businesses. It's horrible. It's like common thieves just operating right out in the open, and nothing can be done about it. It's been going on for years, many years. But yeah, trust me, do not keep a balance there. And also, do not receive 4 figures or more there. Don't ever receive 1,000 or more unless it's from like a partner of theirs. So if it's from a large business that is using PayPal as a partner to do payments, that's fine. But do not ever have an individual send you 1K or more, because they may just lock your account and do this to you. Do not send it that way. Send it some other way. Otherwise, you'll be sorry. I've known a lot of people who've gotten their accounts locked. And also, I say this over and over, but please listen. Always leave the description field blank, because they have bots that scan the description field, and anything the bot sees it doesn't like, it's going to shut down your account. So always leave the description field blank. I've given this advice before, but I want to give it again because, Phil Galfond got hit. So I have to imagine people are still getting hit with that. Okay, so let's do a Prahlad Friedman segment. We haven't had one of those in a little while, and I know everybody likes a Prahlad Friedman segment. Prahlad Friedman acts ridiculous all the time, and I enjoy bringing it to the show so you can get a few laughs here amidst the more serious topics. Now, I'll give Prahlad credit here about one thing, and that is the most recent incident is something that occurred 6 years ago and is coming up today. So this isn't something he did recently, but this is something that attention has been brought to it recently. And that's a lot of attention. So let me tell you about this, and I'm going to read it in his voice. People always want me to read things in his voice, so I'm going to give the people what they want. On November 10th, 2018, Prahlad Friedman, who was listed then as Progress, Pragress, it's like Prahlad and Progress at the same time. Very clever. I guess there must have been some kind of shooting, school shooting, who knows what the hell happened then. But this is what he wrote on November 10th, 2018. How many deaths would have to occur by gun for you to, as a gun owner, to change your stance and give up your gun? So basically he's saying, how many is it going to take? How many people have to keep dying by gunshot violence for you to finally give up your guns if you're a gun owner? That's a stupid question, because it's not your gun committing the violence. It's somebody else using the gun to commit the violence. So it's not like people are going to go, oh, well, yeah, there's so many deaths that are committed by other people's firearms, I'm going to give up mine. Like, no one is going to say that. Again, he wrote, how many deaths would have to occur by gun for you as a gun owner to change your stance and give up your gun? So then someone named Mike68 then tweeted back, how many rapes would have to occur before you cut off your dick? Now, this is 6 years ago in November 2018. But that's a great response, because that's the exact same thing. Giving away your gun because others have committed crimes with their guns is like cutting off your dick because other dudes have committed rape. Now, Willie McFML, who listens to this show, he did bring up a good point. He did say in response that maybe Prahlad would actually like that, to have his dick cut off. That might be true. But anyway, why are we talking about this now? This is 6 years ago. Well, it got attention 6 years later through two very prominent Twitter accounts that have a combined 6 million followers. So it was first brought to attention by the Community Notes and Violations account on Twitter, which is at CN Violations. CN Violations. Now, this is not an official Twitter account, but rather this is just an account that likes to post stupid things that people have written on Twitter, either where community notes have made them look foolish. Community notes are things that show up on Twitter that correct misinformation. It's kind of rather than censoring things, there's just a group of trusted Twitter users that will then clarify things with community notes of what the truth is. And I actually think community notes is good because instead of censoring things and saying, oh, this is misinformation, it's basically a response. So community note says, no, what this person's writing isn't true. Here's the truth, and then they have the source. So this way you get to see both sides as someone who's viewing it. So this is not community notes. This is just an individual who has 1 million followers. It's called Community Notes and Violations. And his description is, I post brutal community notes and violations. Just anytime someone either gets community noted and it's embarrassing for them, or that someone responds and makes them look foolish. So they shared this on November 21st and just put the comment, well, damn, because they liked the response from Mike68 about how many rapes would have to occur before you cut off your dick. So they shared this. And what kind of response did that get? It got 2 million views, 9,800 retweets, 93,000 likes, 3,900 bookmarks for people to go to it later, and over 1,000 replies. Wow. And if that wasn't enough, then James Woods, and yes, that James Woods, actor James Woods, who's also a poker player, he saw this and then shared it himself 3 hours later and wrote, well, that's all, folks. And that got 12,000 retweets, 64,000 likes, 1,700 bookmarks, and 1,400 responses, and 1.1 million views. James Woods, by the way, has 4.4 million followers. So 5.4 million followers combined of these two accounts got to see this. And combined, they got over 150,000 likes, almost 160,000 likes, and tens of thousands of retweets. I mean, this wasn't just a poker thing, guys. This was much bigger than poker. This is mainstream. This is a mainstream humiliation of Prahlad Friedman 6 years later. Now, the one thing for Prahlad that he gets away with here is that you can't see as clearly how to find him on Twitter, because it says progress and this is at PRA and you can't see the way to find him on Twitter. However, if you look at Mike68's reply, it says replying to at Prahlad Friedman. So you can find him that way. I have to imagine a number of people noticed that. So yeah, he's still findable by looking at that screenshot. Remember, Prahlad Friedman, you can find it at Prahlad. That's Prahlad, Prahlad, Friedman, Friedman. So 6 years later, after getting humiliated like that by Mike68, now the world has seen it. Now it's had millions of views by two very, very well-followed Twitter accounts, including a Hollywood celebrity in James Woods. So, I have to say this. I am proud. I am proud that someone from our own community, from our own poker community, is now hitting the big time in the mainstream. Because it's not easy. We have our own people in poker who have notoriety and some fame. We have Daniel Negreanu and Phil Hellmuth and Phil Ivey and even Phil Galfond, the newer generation. Actually, not that new anymore. But we have our internally famous poker players. But outside of the poker community, most people don't know them. So it's nice when we see someone from our community break out and become famous in the mainstream. And Prahlad has done that. Prahlad now has hit the big time. And I congratulate him for that. Even if it's 6 years later, I congratulate him for now being an internet meme. So Prahlad, keep reaching for the stars. Keep writing those dumb tweets, and I bet you'll even appear again on Community Notes in Violation. In fact, I think your account is probably a treasure trove for them if they really want it. That's funny. That is funny that Prahlad's starting to come to mainstream attention. It's about time. He just writes so many crazy things, so many stupid things. He's just so sanctimonious. He's just... by the way, he's a big anti-Israel, pro-Hamas guy, too. It's funny how these awful limousine liberals from the poker community that everyone's that's sick of, it's funny how all of them also are anti-Semites who hate Israel. It's funny how that's very common with them. Him and Justin Bonomo are both big fans of Hamas and anti-Israel. Not a surprise. Not a surprise that the so-called caring progressives hate Jews. I don't want to get into that whole rant, but it doesn't surprise me because these people are extremely hypocritical and phony. So that's not the type of liberal I respect. I do respect some liberals who just have a different political view than mine, but I know that they mean well. And I know that we just see things differently, but I know these are good people who have different beliefs and think that their belief system will help the little guy and help those who are oppressed and discriminated against, whatever. I can respect those people without agreeing with them, but I can't respect the far left, who's just extremely hypocritical and just extremely cold about human life if it's people they don't like. So it doesn't surprise me when I see guys like Prahlad Friedman and Justin Bonomo being big-time anti-Semites who had no problem seeing 1,200 Jewish civilians murdered. Doesn't surprise me at all. In fact, had it been different, I would be surprised. Had either of them come out against Hamas after what happened there, I would have been surprised. I really would have. Okay, so moving on to a totally different topic. I've mentioned Negreanu a few times during this show, including just a few minutes ago. And I'm going to play the beginning of a new YouTube show he has that he's doing with his wife, Amanda. Her name is now Amanda Negreanu. She was previously known as Amanda Leatherman before she married him and changed her name. And she entered the poker scene in 2006 when she was 21. Not really so much as a player, but as a poker reporter and just someone who was there in the community. And Negreanu, of course, goes further back than that. He's about 10 years older than she is. And he had liked her for a very long time, and they dated for some time, and then it didn't work out, and she kind of ran off, and then she went back to North Carolina where she was from, and then she came back, and they got back together, and then they got married. This was actually over a long period of time, over many years, but they've been married for a while now. I forget since when, but they've been married for a while. And I remember 5 years ago, I was on the phone with someone in poker, actually someone pretty well known in poker. I'm not going to say who it is, but someone who's pretty well known in poker. And this person knew Daniel very well. And I was very surprised that this person was then gossiping about Daniel's marriage to me. Because, I wasn't Daniel's friend. This stuff was none of my business. I listened, but I was surprised. I was thinking, wow, this person is not a very good friend to do this. To tell someone who's just an acquaintance of Daniel's details about his marriage and his wife's issues that are not being made public. So I wasn't a jerk. I didn't go repeat any of this. I didn't tell anybody. I didn't post about it. Nothing like that. I was almost ashamed to be listening, to be honest. But I listened, but I thought right when I was hearing this, I'm not going to say this to I'm not going to repeat this to anybody. And I'm also kind of looking down on this person for what they're doing here, because this is private business of Daniel and his wife, and this shouldn't be told to me. So at least I kept it quiet. But anyway, I can tell you now what some of this was. And this was discussion of Amanda's bipolar disorder. And it's not because I decided to be a jerk and 5 years later reveal it. It's that she and Daniel are now revealing it publicly on a new YouTube show called Mania Podcast. And the mania part is actually in reference to the manic state that people with bipolar will go into sometimes. So that's actually why it's called Mania Podcast. And the first episode is called The Highs and Lows of Bipolar Life. So this is Daniel and Amanda getting on there and talking about a lot of private and intimate details about their lives. And this particular episode, especially this first episode, is focusing on Amanda's bipolar disorder, which she didn't have to tell anybody. I'm not saying she shouldn't tell anyone. In fact, I'm of the belief that you shouldn't be ashamed of any kind of mental health issues you're having. And in fact, going public with that, unless you're going to have some kind of career consequence or whatever, but if you're not, like she wouldn't have and like I wouldn't have, if not, then coming forward with it can be beneficial, not just for you, but for other people who read it and they aren't as embarrassed or ashamed of their own situation that might be similar. And when I had an issue, a psychological issue 6 years ago, as you guys know, with super high anxiety and depression, which wasn't brought on by anything going on in my life, but it was from a chemical issue in my brain, that I talked about it. I talked about it as it was happening. And then when I got better, I talked even more about it. I even did an interview with Chad Holloway of Poker News talking about it. And some people said to me, I'm surprised you're doing this. I'm surprised you're telling people about this. And I said, I'm not ashamed of this. This was beyond my control. It just happened. And it was something like I never experienced before. It was the worst few months of my life. But I want people to know about it. I thought maybe I could even help people by talking about it. And then they could talk to me if they have further questions or just want someone to talk to. I wasn't embarrassed about it. I think it's good to remove the stigma from discussing mental health issues. Unless, again, this is going to interfere with some form of employment to where you may not want it to be found by potential employers. But if that's not a concern, you shouldn't worry about it. So I think anybody who comes out and discusses their mental health challenges, I have admiration for. And in fact, when I heard about Amanda's bipolar issues from this person who was gossiping 5 years ago, long before she made this public, I thought, okay, this kind of explains some of the behavior that I had known that she had engaged in that before I was kind of critical of. And then I thought, okay, this makes more sense. So I'm going to play you the first, 10 minutes or so from here. But if you want to find it, it's called Mania Podcast. It's on YouTube, and it's on Daniel Negreanu's personal channel. So his channel is DNegs Poker, DNegsPoker, where you can also just type in Daniel Negreanu in the YouTube search bar, and you'll probably find it. So it's on his personal channel. You could also type in Mania Podcast Negreanu, and you'll probably find it that way. There have been 2 episodes released so far, I think, either 2 or 3. And here it is, episode number 1. And I'll stop it every so often and talk about what we hear.
I thought we'd do a little something different, Every time I stream or we got the vlogs going on, Amanda shows up in there a little bit and people are like, more Amanda, more Amanda.
Yay!
So here we go. We got more Amanda. We're doing some of them. So first things first, what's going on here? What are we doing exactly?
First of all, welcome to the Mania Podcast.
Okay.
I'm Amanda Negreanu. This is Daniel.
By the way, they actually have a setup here. Like, they're not just sitting on computers. They actually have bought microphones, like podcast microphones. There's actually a neon Mania logo in the back, which I think they had custom made. So they actually made their own little studio. They even have potted plants on the side and on a little table that's between them. So they're trying to make it look like a real studio. I assume this is in Daniel's home.
Everyone knows who he is. I think we're calling it Mania, and I hope people don't get offended by it. I don't care, really.
What do you care? Since when do you care about
Do you remember
being
how
offended?
people got offended by like some manic, something that Beyonce said in her song?
She said something about spazzing out.
Well, that's not even that bad.
She said something about spazzing out, and then supposedly people that have multiple sclerosis or something were all just in an outrage.
Right. So mania has a lot to do with bipolar disorder, which I have. And so I'm allowed to say it, all right?
Oh, is that like the N-word for people?
Oh, my God.
I mean, that because you are one, you get to say mania and I can't?
Here we go.
What?
Here
I'm just
we
saying.
go.
Is that a thing? Oh, no, I'm allowed to say mania because I'm bipolar.
I don't know. It just feels like it's fine.
Okay, so anyway, I think like some people probably don't even know exactly what the hell bipolar is. They think mania, they think, what, like, is that manic? Mania, you know?
Yeah, same thing. So when you are in a manic episode, you're on the high, right? On the high end. And then sometimes you're depressed and you're on the low end. That's why I think the word manic depressive is a better term for what it is. And that's what it used to be in like the DSM in the book of all the mental disorders. It used to be called manic depressive. And now they changed it to bipolar, which I don't think makes as much sense.
It's probably they're trying to clean it up.
Maybe.
You know, because you think of mania and people think of like maniac. Oh, you're a maniac, you know, like as
That's what I think of?
Well, you know what I mean? Like the word mania is a function of the word mania.
I like the word.
So maybe bipolar is more like a clinical thing.
But people use bipolar in the wrong way. They're like, oh, the weather is bipolar today.
Yeah, he's actually correct that it probably is a term they're using now because it sounds less threatening. That mania, it just makes you think of someone who's just absolutely insane.
Hate that.
Who says
By the way, it's
Literally.
So annoying.
I've never heard anyone say that.
It just doesn't even make sense, so don't say it. But mania it's when you're on the high. And it happens sometimes. You don't know when it's going to happen. But if you want me to explain bipolar exactly to people?
I mean, just so people understand, like, because like, okay, you're a woman, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, sometimes women are depressed. Sometimes women that's just normal.
Sometimes men are depressed.
Yeah, true.
No,
I get it. But you know what I mean?
Dude.
Like, they don't have the time of the month thing, which you have, which lasts way longer than most
That's
people.
completely different.
Right.
She's actually right. There's a lot more male depression out there than is acknowledged. I'm not sure how it breaks down if males or females are more depressed. And then there's also different kinds of depression. There's situational depression, which is just depression over things happening in your life. Maybe a death in the family, maybe a divorce, maybe a significant other breaking up with you, maybe losing a job or losing your money. You know, there can be a lot of reasons for situational depression. That's not the same thing as clinical depression. And then there's really two forms of clinical depression that's not really well known. There is clinical depression that is from a hereditary issue where basically you're going to have brain chemistry problems. You're destined to have that, and no matter what you do, other than take medication to suppress it, it's going to happen to you. Usually it shows up first between ages 13 to 26 if you're destined to have that occur, and it is hereditary. And then there is the non-hereditary version, which can come from other sources, such as what happened to me. Mine was more medication-induced. So the one that's hereditary is basically impossible to get rid of for most people unless you handle it with medication. The non-hereditary version you can often correct on your own in various ways, and that's what I did. But I don't want to get too off in the weeds with this, but I'm saying that men have been conditioned to just act like they don't have depression because it's seen like as a form of weakness. So men are conditioned just not to say they have depression when they really do. And that's why there's the perception that women have it a lot more than men do. When in reality, I don't know the way it breaks down, but it's probably closer to even than you think. Probably women have it a little bit more, but a lot closer to even than you think between the two sexes. And it seems like Daniel, probably wasn't aware of that for that reason. And of course, he's living with someone who has bipolar, which has the manic state and the depressive state, which he's going to describe. And she's right that any mood changes having to do with a woman's period is a totally different story. That's just mood changes based upon temporary chemical changes in the body that will take place for some women during menstruation. So he's right that men don't have that. Men act much more consistently in that way because they don't have that change every month. But it has nothing to do with depression. Let's go on.
So you have like extreme moods is essentially.
So what it is it's a mood disorder. It's not a personality disorder. Like, say, borderline is a personality disorder. It's just a mood disorder, meaning your moods can go up and down. Some people's cycle faster than others. Everybody presents differently. Most people stay in a depression for weeks to months, and then you stay in a manic for weeks to months, mania. And sometimes you're stable in the middle. It all just depends on who you are. So with me, I lean depressive for sure. I used to lean manic back in the day. So it changes, and maybe it'll change again, but bipolar is a mood disorder, and it's also a sleep disorder.
Yeah. So before, like, I remember, like, now you're comfortable with it. Where we've talked about this.
Yeah, I used to really be uncomfortable with it.
You didn't want anyone to know this thing because...
The stigma. Because people judge you immediately. If you say I'm bipolar or I have bipolar disorder, then people assume, oh, crazy, right? That word comes up, crazy.
Yeah, Robin Lehner, who's the goaltender for the Golden Knights.
Love him.
The Islanders. So he's bipolar.
Yes.
And, like, he said later that he would recommend to people, like, not to tell anyone.
Yeah.
Because, like, he feels like he was judged throughout his career because, like, you know, there's a confusion I think people have with, like, oh, you know, alcohol and drugs. They just thought he was a drug addict or an alcoholic.
And that's not true.
When in reality, it was like, so essentially people that are bipolar, like almost, like 99% do drugs and alcohol to get away or something.
Percentage isn't true, but we'll go with it.
This isn't
we'll go with it.
We don't have
a lot of times people who have bipolar disorder, you want to cover up those feelings because it's hard. When you're really, really depressed, it sucks. You feel like you're in a hole and you can't get out of it. You're in bed, you can't get up. Hygiene goes out the window. Everything.
Hygiene, ew.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't care. You don't care that much. And like me, I stay in pajamas for a week.
Yeah.
I'll shower, but I'll still put them back on. Right. And I think that, what were we saying about Robin Lehner?
Well, he was
the drugs.
Well, the drugs and alcohol, and just he was saying, like, you know, he wouldn't recommend people coming forward with it.
So what I was saying, we cover up feelings with drugs, right? I did it too, all throughout my 20s. That's what I did, but I didn't realize
you were bipolar.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah.
I thought I was just fun.
You were fun. I do remember
fun.
She was fun. I do remember you were.
I was very
you're not fun now, but like
I was very fun.
You were a little wildfire.
Yeah, but I was little. I did risky things. I did dangerous things that at the time I didn't know why I was doing it. You know, and so I didn't know that I had bipolar disorder for sure until I guess 30.
This is interesting because when she came into the poker community at age 21 in 2006, and I remember this, I didn't know her personally, but I saw her around and everything. And when she said she was fun, she was. I mean, I could see. And I actually think that Daniel's attraction to her probably spawned from that. He saw this young, pretty, fun girl, and he wanted to be around her. And she said that she was doing a lot of drugs then and basically self-medicating without even realizing why she was doing it. And it took till she was about 30 years old, which is mid-2010s. She's 39 right now. For her to realize why she was doing these drugs and why she was behaving the way she was and engaging in risky and wild behavior is that she was going through the mania phase of bipolar, because basically these people who suffer from it, including her, they basically have two modes where they're just in the mania phase where they're just taking risks and acting just overly energetic and, the way she described fun, but fun without really thinking about what they're doing and making stupid decisions. And then the depressive phase where they just want to hide from everybody and do nothing and just curl up in a ball. And they kind of go back and forth. So she said she was in the mania phase when people thought she was fun, and even she didn't understand it till later. So that's interesting. And, having observed the way she was kind of from a distance back then, it all kind of makes sense now. And, it's good that she's kind of figured out what's going on and has taken steps to get a lot of this under control.
I'm 40. So like 30, 31 maybe?
Oh, I thought she's 39. I guess she's 40.
Which I think encapsulates like your main manic sign. Right?
Yeah, we'll show that.
Yeah. So you didn't. So basically, You were living like the Hollywood life.
They popped up a picture. See, this is where I got to describe it. This would be better if I had a video show right now. But they popped up a picture that pretty much tells a lot of the story. So you see a very young Amanda with a half shirt on and her belly out, and she's sprawled across two guys. I'm not sure who the other guy is, but one of them is Negreanu, and he actually is doing like a face palm. And I'm not sure what was going on there. But I think this is kind of like early in the two of them knowing each other. But they're showing this to kind of just show the way she was then.
And a lot of us were, so it didn't feel like anything that crazy. Everyone was doing cocaine. Everyone was doing ecstasy. Everyone, you go to these parties and you meet celebs and you do these things, and it feels like everybody's doing these things. I was doing these things on steroids. Okay? Right. And I was being very risky with sex. Yeah. As well. Like one big part of bipolar disorder, not only is it a sleep disorder, so you hardly sleep, whether you're depressed or you're manic. Yeah, I have trouble sleeping. But really being very sexual is a part of mania. And that's why a lot of people cheat.
Promiscuity.
Yeah. A lot of people cheat in their marriages and stuff when they're manic, because if they're not getting it at home, then it's a real need, and it's weird. If you don't know what it feels like, it's weird. So, like, in Hollywood, manic.
Hot young blonde in Hollywood.
Then shit happens, you know? But
and that's a lot to open up about here. She's basically saying that she was promiscuous in those days as a result of the mania, and that it was part of all of that, and she didn't even realize it. And that was part of the risky behavior she was engaging in. And she doesn't have to come out here and say all this, especially at this point. You know, she's married to Negreanu. She's 40 years old. She's got a stable life at this point. She's not really that much in the spotlight other than being Daniel's wife. And she doesn't have to come explain all this at this point here. But she is. So I give her credit for coming out and talking about all this. And truthfully, people watching this, not only might it help them if they are going through this type of thing and don't understand it, but also others to understand those who they see engaging in this behavior and go, oh, wait a minute, this person might be bipolar. Maybe they need some help. Maybe I should tell them. And so this is good. This is a good type of thing to put out. It's not always easy to do when you're talking about yourself and behavior you engaged in before that was not good for you, but it's helpful to put out for people to see. Let's go on.
That was a long time ago, and that's really the biggest reason we didn't work out in the beginning.
Because I remember we're sort of going to interlace a little bit about, your condition and also how we met.
Yeah, I think so.
I remember meeting you. You were like this young...
21!
Yeah, and I did things back then that you cannot do in 2024.
We can talk about it.
I know we can talk about it because we're fine.
Right.
But I had a little golf club thing that I was practicing.
That was like Tahoe, the picture time.
Yeah. So I had this little thing that you hold the grip, and because my grip sucks. I have this bad grip.
Yeah.
So you hold this thing, and I was just like...
In the middle of the tournament, you were doing this.
Just smacking your ass with it.
And you didn't even know me.
Yeah, that's true.
You didn't know me. And I was 21 years old.
But I knew there was a vibe, I can tell.
There was a big vibe. Yeah. I remember Jen Creason, Andy Block's wife, saying, oh my God, I think Negreanu likes you. I think he really likes you. And I'm like, we just met, dude.
I don't hide that very well.
No. And then we went to a club that night, and that's when that picture was taken that you'll show where my stomach is out and I'm laying across you, and you're hiding your face embarrassed. It looks like you're so embarrassed. Yeah. You're like holding my leg, but you're also head down.
Yeah. So I remember like back then.
Before I go on a little bit further here, the person she was talking about, Jen Creason, who is Andy Block's wife and has been with him for a very long time, she actually used to be in charge of something called Poker Wire, which is now gone. But Poker Wire was very present at the World Series of Poker in the 2000s. In fact, they reported on my bracelet win in 2005. And I believe Andy Block is the one who funded it, but he wasn't working on it. His then-girlfriend, Jen Creason, this was her project that I think he funded and got going and probably use his influence so they could have access to the World Series. I'm just kind of speculating here. I don't know this for sure, but I know that he was kind of the one behind it initially, and she was the one running it, something like that. Anyway, Amanda ended up working there. She came out to Vegas from North Carolina, and she ended up working in 2006, I believe, at Poker Wire. So that's why she was referring to what Jen Creason was saying when Negreanu first got to know her. It is interesting. He described what he was doing to her at the beginning as something you can't do in 2024, and he's right. So basically, she was there and kind of being flirtatious in general, but he didn't really know her. And he had a golf club for whatever reason there on the poker floor, and he just kind of kept smacking her ass softly with it over and over, pretending like he's practicing his swing. And he's right that you can't do this sort of thing these days. Even if you think the girl's going to take it, well, you just can't, because just in case she doesn't, it's going to be a big problem. So, but back in 2006, it was such a different time to where if you did that, I'm not saying that every girl would be okay with it. You can't just walk up and smack a girl's ass with a golf club. But as long as she somewhat likes you, then she's not going to be bothered by it. It's not going to be seen as something super offensive. No one's going to say, "Oh my God, did you see Daniel Negreanu is smacking someone's ass with a golf club?" Oh my God! It just was a different time. People would take it differently then compared to now. There's just been a lot of changes in society in that time span, especially since 2010. So he was saying it's something you couldn't do today, and he's right. But as they both were saying, they already kind of noticed each other, and she wasn't going to be offended anyway. So let's go on here.
Not really knowing what I was getting into with you, right? Because I was at a stage in my life where I'm ready for white picket fences and to settle down.
And I was coming out of a relationship, a long one.
Yeah, well,
the time.
You were coming out of a lot of relationships, in and out of them.
Well, during you? Yes, during you. I'm just saying before that. When I first came into poker, can we tell them this really quick? I came into poker because I used to play online poker in North Carolina with my boyfriend at the time. We were young. We were kids, teenagers, right? Moved to Las Vegas when I was 20. Couldn't even gamble yet. Had to wait till I was 21. So excited to play blackjack. That's when you came
to the Wynn to watch me play.
That's when and I think it was the Wynn, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we walked by and you were playing Heads Up, I think.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, look who it is. Ha, ha, ha." And we'd already gone through the whole moneymaker thing and we were so excited about poker. So I decided I need a job. I got to get a job. So I started doing poker tournament reporting, which people know about. And I don't know. Do I need to explain that?
Not really.
Poker tournament reporting, writing, and all that stuff. Then
you did more than just reporting. You just you took, I'll tell you, one of the things that I always appreciate about you was you took some absolute nerds, some dudes who speak a language of poker that is so boring and so nerdy, but you got them comfortable and relaxed and were able to just in these little interviews, that's
what I was going to say. They put me on camera after I was doing the reporting.
Yeah.
And
I think they're kind of compressing the timeline here a bit. I'm going to stop it after this, by the way. I mean, you guys kind of get the picture. You can watch the rest on Daniel's channel. But I believe she was just kind of doing tournament reporting when she first started with Poker Wire. I don't even know if they had any videos. I think the interviews in person came later, from what I remember. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it's a long time ago, and I wasn't paying that close of attention. But I believe they are getting the timeline a bit wrong here. I don't think the interviews started right away. It is true that she came to Vegas with an existing boyfriend who was a winning player on PokerStars. I hadn't heard that she was playing, but I know he was playing. I kind of remembered the name. I don't know what it is right now. I'm forgetting it now. It wasn't a very well-known guy, and he especially wasn't well-known live. And he was a young guy. But it was some guy who was a winning player on PokerStars who was doing well there from North Carolina and said, "Hey, I'm winning at North Carolina here on PokerStars. Why don't I go to Vegas where all the live action is too?" So she was living with him, and they both got up and moved together to Las Vegas. And then I guess she's going to talk about this eventually, but from what I had assumed, it kind of looked like she just kind of got bored. It just kind of she's in Vegas, she's tied down to this dude. They're both very young. She had bipolar and didn't know it. And, she kind of wanted to go out and spread her wings, and this guy wanted to just sit there and play online poker all day. That's kind of the impression I got, and why that didn't work out. And then she started meeting all these dudes in poker, and they're going to talk more about how all that happened. But they're not making any secret of the fact that she was with a lot of different guys in poker. I mean, they say it right there. This is not me gossiping or anything like that. I mean, they say it right there in this show. They've already made some reference to it. And if you watch the rest of it, it's an hour 16 long. So there's more than an hour left from this point. And they're like very open with the way things were and with the troubles they had and the failure of their first relationship and then the revival of the relationship. And like they talk about a lot of personal things, a whole lot of very personal things. So if you want to have a view into their lives, then you can do that right here with this show. And you don't see many shows like that in the poker community. I didn't expect this. I didn't think they'd ever do anything like this. In fact, I had kind of just thought that Amanda kind of faded more into the background. I mean, yeah, she might host something that, she gets a job somewhere doing some hosting of a poker TV show, whatever. But I didn't think that she was going to be like much in the spotlight in poker ever again. That she's just kind of, Daniel's wife at this point and wasn't interested in any kind of spotlight. That was kind of my impression at this point of her. So I'm a little surprised that she's just putting herself out there like this and that Daniel is putting himself out there like this and telling these full stories. But they obviously decided to do it. And this has actually gotten a pretty good reaction from the public so far. People are enjoying this. And the description of the show says, the couple reflects on reconnecting after years apart and the ups and downs they face as individuals and together. Hear their candid accounts of navigating marriage, mental health challenges, and the power of communication and understanding. Amanda sheds light on her past struggles with risky behavior and the Hollywood lifestyle, ultimately leading to a diagnosis that changed her life. So yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And I think they're doing one a week or so. So anyway, it's called the Mania Podcast. You can also find it on iTunes, I believe. They definitely don't have as many distribution points as I do. I'm the king of just putting the podcast everywhere. I love options for you guys. But they're on iTunes, they're on YouTube, and maybe somewhere else. It has a lot of views. This episode number 1 has more views than I've ever gotten for an episode. 46,428 views so far. That's just YouTube alone. So it's getting a lot of action here from the standpoint of people watching. Has over 500 comments on YouTube. And they are pretty much all positive. BBY Kelly said, "This is the realest conversation between husband and wife I've seen." Sid Boom said, "Daniel, when you said you're honored to be Amanda's rock, that was a touching and beautiful moment." Hugh Jorgen said, "Amanda's openness and honesty is next level. Love it." I love how this guy's named Hugh Jorgen. Like he has a huge organ. Get it? Jeff Gross. That Jeff Gross, the vlogger, said, "This is great. Glad you guys are doing this. My mom has bipolar depression. She took lithium for many years, ruined her kidneys, was very intense and stressful all around. I never knew about it until she stopped taking it when I was in high school. Powerful. Thank you for sharing. This will be a great podcast." Doug Porter 644 wrote, "This is the most honest, vulnerable, loving thing that I've seen this year. So happy for you two." Does everybody like this? People enjoy seeing the human side of those that they know through social media or those that they're fans of. So you can be a fan of Daniel's from the poker standpoint, but you didn't really know Daniel. Here you get to know him. Here you get to just feel like you've got a window into his life and his marriage, and people like it. People enjoy it. It's kind of like reality TV, but it's actually real. And people also were praising Negreanu for being very supportive and loving of her despite her challenges. So this is a win. This is definitely a successful release. It makes both of them look good. And it comes off authentic rather than contrived or phony. So good job. Just wanted to mention that because it came out and people are enjoying it and thought you guys might be interested too. Moving on to something completely different. Gavin Newsom is at it again And I'll tell you, when I first read the headline about what I'm going to talk to you about, I thought to myself, he did something right. He finally corrected a big problem with tribal gaming. I was very happy about it because one big problem with tribal gaming, not just in California, but everywhere, is that you have no rights as a player. If these tribal casinos screw you, you cannot do anything about it. You cannot sue them. Because if you try to take any legal action against them, it has to be in their own tribal court. So you would be suing the tribe, and the judge of the trial would be the tribe itself. So the ones deciding whether you win or lose are basically the ones you're suing. Does that sound fair? So you basically can't sue them. You don't sue them. If you get screwed in a tribal casino, there's nothing you can do. You literally have no recourse. So I read a headline that Gavin Newsom was changing the rules regarding tribal casino lawsuits. And I said, oh my God, he did something right. Oh, I can't believe it. But incompetent Gavin Newsom, who failed his way all the way up to the governorship of the largest state in the nation with 40 million people, he somehow did something right. Maybe a blind squirrel found a nut. I don't know. But somehow he did something right. He finally fixed the situation and is allowing people to sue the tribal casinos when they get screwed. That would have been great. I would have given him credit, even though I don't like him, even though he's in the opposite party from what I am, even though I hope he never becomes president, even though he wants to be. I would praise him for this if that's what he did. But, of course, that's not what he did. Because Gavin Newsom can't ever do anything right. Even when he seems to be like he might be on the right track on something, he ends up completely doing it wrong. And this one, not only didn't he do something right, he made everything worse. So his latest fail occurred in September of 2024 when Gavin Newsom gave the right to Native American tribal casinos to sue California card rooms. Now, why is that a problem? How does that affect us? Well, since the tribal casinos opened in the 1990s in California, they've existed in their own legal bubble. As I explained, you can't sue them. Individuals can't sue them. Companies can't sue them. They just are not suable because the jurisdiction is their own tribal court. And that is because they're considered to reside on their own sovereign native land. However, the one good part was they also could not sue anyone or any company for the same reason. So anything that occurred on their land or anything that involves matters having to do with their casino, they cannot sue others. So they can't sue casinos or card rooms that they feel are harming them in some way. And they cannot sue customers. So at least it goes the other way. Now, of course, it's much more likely that they would need to be sued than they would sue someone else or something else because, they're operating casinos where a lot of things can go wrong and people can get screwed. So I'm not saying it's fair that nobody could sue each other. And indeed, there is a lot of abuse of gamblers and others who did business with them. And Gavin Newsom finally had a chance to correct this ridiculous and consumer-unfriendly situation. But he went the opposite direction. He signed California Senate Bill 549, which is known as the Tribal Nations Access to Justice Act. Now, do you think that the Indian casinos are lacking access to justice? We are lacking access to justice against them. That's the issue here. They're not lacking access to their own justice. But Gavin Newsom seemed to think that, and I'll get to why shortly. So this Senate bill, which he signed, California Senate Bill 549, gave the right to California tribal casinos to sue non-tribal California card rooms, such as Commerce, Bay 101, The Bike, whatever. This allows them to sue these card rooms for spreading what I call pseudo-casino games, which tribes feel violate their exclusivity rights, because for a long time, these tribes have objected to these card rooms offering table games like blackjack, Pai-Gow, Ultimate Texas Hold'em, things like that. Now, keep in mind the blackjack's not a Vegas-style blackjack. It's a modified version of blackjack that isn't really blackjack, but they call it blackjack. And they do actually offer real Pai Gow and real Ultimate Texas Hold'em, albeit with a commission you have to pay each time. So the tribes have believed that they have exclusive rights to offer these table games and that these card rooms should really only be able to offer poker. But rather than just complain to the Gaming Commission in California, which admittedly is very weak, and this has so far failed, they want to be able to actually sue these card rooms in a court of law. But up until now, they couldn't. But now, thanks to Gavin Newsom and his Senate Bill 549, which he signed, they can. Now, you still might be wondering, why is Newsom doing this? Why does he even involve himself in this? Why does he feel that the tribal nations are getting screwed here, when, in fact, it should be more important to make it allowable to sue them, to help the patrons of these places who routinely get screwed? Why is he worried about them suing places like Commerce? And why doesn't it go both ways? Why can't Commerce sue them? Which they can't. Bill 549 does not allow them to do that. Well, what do you think? Do you think it's that Gavin Newsom has an incredible interest in native gaming and that he's followed the issue very closely and feels that they just are getting screwed by the California non-tribal card rooms and he wants to right that wrong? Do you think that's it? Or do you think it might have to do with the fact that the California Indian tribes have given $7.1 million to Gavin Newsom's campaigns and his pet projects? Because they have. They have given that money to either directly get him elected or to ballot measures that he's pushing that are basically his ballot measures, and they've donated to those. So a combination of those two, $7.1 million in the past 7 years. Do you think that might be why he's fighting for their interests? Do you think that might be why Gavin Newsom is fighting for the tribal card room's right to sue, but not be sued back? You think it's because he's a big fan of Native American culture, or you think it might be because of that $7.1 million? What do you think? This is the guy who wants to be president, by the way, in 28. He's definitely going to run in 28. In fact, he's going to be termed out of being governor at the very beginning of 2027, at which point I'm sure he's going to start his preparations for the 2028 presidential campaign, in which we will see entirely new candidates on both sides. So I'm sure Kamala's not running again, or if she does, she's not going to be nominated, and Trump can't run again. So Gavin Newsom on the Democratic side is definitely going to be one of the major players for the Democratic presidential nomination for 2028. He may not win, but that's definitely what he's going to be trying for. So this is the guy who wants to be president, who's taking $7 million from the tribes and then is signing these Senate bills that are giving them unfair access to the courts when their opponents don't have the same access back. So this bill does not directly affect the consumer, but it could destroy or cripple poker rooms which depend more upon table game income than poker. So no, Commerce is not going anywhere. The Bike's not going anywhere. Those are big, successful rooms. But what about smaller rooms that make a lot of their money from the games like that modified blackjack, the Pai Gow, the Ultimate Texas Hold'em? If they can't spread this anymore, or if they lose money in court from this lawsuit that the tribes are going to file against them, this could kill them. This could send a lot of these card rooms off the edge to where they don't exist anymore. And by the way, the tribal casinos already have tons of rights that the card rooms don't. The tribal casinos can offer the players identical slots and video poker to what you'd find in Vegas. And the card rooms cannot. They can't have any machines. The tribes can spread a real Vegas-style blackjack game. The card rooms cannot. The tribes can bank their own table games, meaning you don't have to pay that stupid dollar commission as a player, which makes it a lot more appealing to the players to not have to do that. And the card rooms cannot. The card rooms cannot bank their own games. Now, some of them game the system to do it anyway, but it's in a roundabout way, but they're not supposed to. The point is that the games have to be banked by a different entity than the card room itself, and that's why they have to charge the commission for every hand. So now the tribes are going to be able to sue the card rooms, but the card rooms can't sue them. Isn't that insanity? 2027 can't come soon enough for California, where we will be rid of Gavin Newsom. This was totally a favor done for a special interest group that had given him money over the past 7 years. That's what this was. He doesn't give a crap about this situation. He doesn't give a crap about the tribe suing the card rooms and all of the issues surrounding that. He doesn't give one shit about it, I guarantee you. This is only because this is payback for all the money they've given him and his pet causes. Really crappy. So Gavin Newsom found a way to make tribal gaming even more unfair in California, which is pretty hard to do, but he managed it. Very bad. I think no matter what party you're in, you'll agree. Here's something else that's pretty bad. The Wyndham Business Earner credit card is not going to be allowing you to get free Caesars Diamond anymore starting February 2025. You might say, what Wyndham Business Earner credit card? I didn't know about this. Well, yes. The Wyndham Business Earner credit card, which had a $95 annual fee, once you get approved for it, it entitles you to a status match to Caesars Diamond because it gives you automatic Wyndham Diamond, and it's considered Wyndham Earned Diamond. See, people learned a trick a number of years ago that once Wyndham and Caesars had their partnership, and Wyndham and Caesars had different reset points of the year where your status goes back down. For Wyndham, it was January 1st, and for Caesars, it was February 1st. So people were doing this merry-go-round trick of where they would obtain diamond of one of the two, and then just keep matching back and forth to each other. So when your Wyndham would expire on January 1st and go back down to the bottom, then you'd use your existing Caesars Diamond to bring Wyndham back up. And then a month later, when your Caesars Diamond would go down, then you'd use your Wyndham Diamond to bring your Caesars back up. And believe it or not, this worked for years. Well, finally, Caesars figured this out and got together with Wyndham and said, look, we got to stop this. We have different dates, and this is allowing people to pull these shenanigans, so what should we do? And the solution they came up with was that Wyndham will only match to Caesars Diamond if it's earned Wyndham Diamond. Earned meaning that you didn't get it from a status match. Because there was another way you could match other programs to Wyndham Diamond and then match the Caesars Diamond from there. So basically the solution was if you got your Wyndham Diamond by matching either from Caesars Diamond or from a different company's loyalty program, then you cannot get Caesars Diamond that way. You can only get Caesars Diamond from Wyndham Diamond if you earned Wyndham Diamond either the old-fashioned way, which is by just staying there a bunch of times in a year, or by this credit card. So this credit card gave you what was known as earned Wyndham Diamond. It was the equivalent of earning Wyndham Diamond from staying there. And this did entitle you to the match to Caesars Diamond. Well, this was a great deal because it's a $95 annual fee, and even if you never use the credit card for anything else, you can match to Caesars Diamond every single year. You have to make sure to remember to do it. It's not automatic. You'd have to make sure to do it at the beginning of February, and then you'd have to wait until they would do it, which sometimes would take a week or two. But aside from that, you would have constant Caesars Diamond for $95 a year without ever having to gamble. Now, there were only two downsides to this. Number one is you could not get this card if you didn't have a business TIN, which is a tax identification number. So if you did not have a business or a business that you were associated with, then you could not get this card. So individuals can't just get it. This is actually a credit card for people associated with a business that has a TIN. So a lot of people just don't have that and could not get the card. But if you did have a business with a TIN or were associated with one, like as an employee or a pseudo-employee, whatever it might be, then you could get this card with these benefits. The second problem was that it wasn't that easy to get approved for everybody. Some people, like Tiger Piper, who appeared on our video show we did during the election, he got snap approved by the system when he applied. He instantly had it. Others, such as myself, were put through the ringer like you've never seen before. It literally took me about 10 hours on the phone with the bank that was issuing this card to get approved. I mean, it was the most frustrating process. For a long time, I kept wanting to scream obscenities at them and tell them, I don't need your shitty card, goodbye. Any other card in the world, I would have said, forget it and quit early on in that whole process. They put me through an investigation that would make the FBI blush. I eventually got it, but oh my God, it was a fucking mess. And my son heard me through some of this, and he was actually laughing because he thought it was so stupid. And this is like 4 years ago when he was younger, and he still saw how ridiculous this was. He was like 10 years old, and he's just laughing his ass off at how dumb they were. Anyway, I finally got it, and once you have it, then it's easy to renew every year. So I knew once I put the work in to get the damn card approved with a whopping like $2,000 limit. It's not even like I wanted a big limit. I just wanted the freaking card. I didn't care what the limit was. I wasn't going to use the card. I just wanted to get the card to get the diamond at Caesars. So I finally got it. So that's how I've been diamond for a while. And I haven't made a secret of this. I've told you guys before. I've posted it on the forum. But the reason I'm telling you again now, as I mentioned at the beginning of the segment, is that the Wyndham Business Earner card is no longer going to match to Caesars Diamond starting the next Caesars year, which begins on February 1st, 2025. So if you are a current Caesars Diamond as a result of that match, you will keep it until February 1st, and then you're going to go down. And if you are not Caesars Diamond yet, but you have the Wyndham Business Earner card, you could match right now, and you'll have it for, like 2 months. But obviously it's not worth signing up at this point if you don't already have the card. But that's it. After January 31st concludes, you will not again get a Caesars Diamond match from this Wyndham Business Earner card. Now the only way to get a Wyndham match to Caesars Diamond is to actually stay at Wyndham Properties to earn Diamond, which requires a lot of stays. And to be honest, most Wyndham properties are shit. Wyndham actually used to be a decent brand, but what they've done is they have added to their portfolio of hotels a lot of crappy hotels that used to be decent a long time ago but are now run down, or brands that were once solid brands that now have no standards, such as Ramada. Remember Ramada was like an okay, like decent motel? Maybe your parents took you to them back in the 70s, and, it wasn't luxurious by any means, but it was fine. Now most Ramadas are total dumps. I stayed in some terrible ones on trips when I had no other choice. So Ramada is one of the brands that's gone downhill, but that's part of Wyndham. It's now called Ramada by Wyndham. And they have other brands they've acquired like that. And basically, if you're staying at a Wyndham, there's a few decent properties that are Wyndham, but there's a lot of shit, kind of like lower-end motels and hotels that are aimed at like a lower to lower middle-class clientele. And that's not to look down on the clientele. I'm just saying that's who they aim it at, and therefore they don't have good customer service. They're not very clean. The whole thing is like not a very good experience. It's kind of like you have no other choice but to stay here, so fuck you. That's kind of the attitude of these hotels. So I really don't like staying at any Wyndham property for the most part because they're just not very good. So really, there's no way I would ever get there. It's not like a brand that I actually would use, like Hilton or Marriott or even IHG. Like those, I stay at those properties. So because I'm not like a snob, I'm not pretentious. I'm fine with like a solid mid-grade hotel that's comfortable and quiet and clean. That's all I really need. But things that are below that, things that are kind of dumpy, I don't want to stay at. It's unpleasant. So there's no way I'm going to stay at Wyndham enough to earn Diamond that way, nor would it be cost effective to. I'm talking about just to get Caesars Diamond. So that's pretty much over for me and for anyone who is earning Caesars Diamond that way. So it was too bad. $95 a year I was getting free Diamond. And keep in mind, Caesars Diamond is very useful. You save on resort fees. They will never charge you a resort fee as long as your Caesars Diamond or higher. So that saves you like $50+ per night off the bat. And then also you get all these priority lines that are very important, especially if you play at the World Series of Poker. So I always say, if you are going to the World Series of Poker more than like one or two events, you really need to be diamond. And if you're staying at Caesars properties for more than 1 or 2 days a year, you should really want to be Caesars diamond. It's so much better, so much of a better experience to be diamond or higher. So I make sure I'm always diamond or higher in some way. So this way is not going to work anymore. This way is done, which is sad. I thought this might come eventually, but it's come. It's happened. It's for sure. I guess it's possible they could reverse it, but I don't think they will. So what do you do then? Or what if you never had the Wyndham Business Earner card, but you want to get diamond? What's the best way to get there? Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to review some things we've talked about before. I'm going to tell you some new things. I'm going to tell you the various ways you can get diamond, the smartest ways to do it. This is probably the only segment I know of like this anywhere on any podcast. So I don't think you're going to find this anywhere else, like with this much detail. And this is actually going to be very useful. And if you have any questions about it, you can always text me, 775-372-8355. Not just like right now, but like whenever you're going to do it. If you got questions, I help people all the time with earning diamond status. And when I say help people, I'm not helping them do anything against the rules or anything illegal. No. I'm talking about just being smart about the way you earn it with the least cost to yourself. So here's some ways you can do it. So first of all, we're going to start with ways to get diamond cheaply without gambling, which is what this Wyndham Business Earner card was. And obviously I can't do that anymore. So first of all, and I hate promoting this thing because I hate it, what I'm about to tell you. I absolutely hate this thing. I hate it with every fiber of my being. I can't tell you how much this thing disgusts me. The Founders Card. The Founders Card is a very pretentious card. And I just told you a second ago, I hate pretension, and this is so pretentious, and the whole thing's just obnoxious, but I have to tell you because it works, and it's part of another way, by the way, that you can earn it cheaply, that we've revealed on a recent show, but I'm going to review again. So the Founders Card, which is not a credit card, it's a club, they will match you to Caesars Diamond once you're a fully paid member. Now, for a while, it appeared that was over. It seemed like their agreement with Caesars fell apart, but they restored it. So you can get Caesars Diamond again if you are a paid member of Founders Card. Now, if you just have the 30-day trial, you can't get Caesars Diamond, so don't try that. The annual fee of the Founders Card ranges from $295 to $695 per year, depending upon if you have a promotion or not. They'll sometimes offer you can renew it for cheaper, like $195. There's also sometimes a $95 initial activation fee. Now, even worse, they don't accept everyone. Even I was rejected, which is part of the reason I hate them, by the way. But it's not just bitterness. The whole thing just kind of annoys me. And they don't like to accept people with normal 9-to-5 jobs. And this is where the pretension comes in, where they think they're too good for the working man. They think if you work a 9-to-5 job, even a very respectable job, they don't want you. If you're a fireman, they don't want you. If you work for a law firm, they don't want you. If you work as a waitress, they don't want you. So it can be a high-paying job, it can be a low-paying job. If you have a regular 9-to-5 job, it's not 100% they won't take you, but there's a good chance they won't take you because they don't think you're innovative enough. They just think you're a working stiff, even a rich working stiff. They don't want to take you. You've got to be more interesting to them. Isn't that already obnoxious? The Founders Card, you have to be approved based upon their dumb criteria, and they're not really clear about it. Their website, founderscard.com, says extraordinary benefits for entrepreneurs, a membership community of over 200,000 entrepreneurs and business executives who receive unprecedented benefits and networking opportunities. It's so fucking pretentious. Anyway, they jerked me around for months. If I just applied and they said, no, we don't want you, which doesn't even make any sense because I'm not like a 9-to-5 job guy. You'd think if there's anybody who's kind of got an unconventional thing going on, it'd be me. But no, they didn't want it. And they didn't accept me. But that would have been fine. If they don't want to accept me, fine. But they jerked me around for like 4 months. They just wouldn't answer me. I kept checking over and over, like, do you have an answer? Sorry, we don't. Do you have an answer? Sorry, we don't. Can you tell me when you'll tell me? No, we don't know when. Just call back next week. I call back next week. No further answer. They jerked me around for 4 months before rejecting me. 4 months it took. to reject me. And they wouldn't tell me why. And then they gave me an appeal email address. I appealed, and they rejected that again with no explanation. I think the reason I got rejected, by the way, is because I used a discounted link, an invite link that a listener sent me, where I could join for $3.95 and no activation fee rather than $6.95 with a $95 activation fee. So I think because they were inundated with a lot of applications that year, because that was the year they stopped the Wyndham status match merry-go-round, I think that is why they were more particular then. And anyone who tried to sign up for less than full price, they put in the back burner of whether they feel like accepting them or not. And then maybe because I was calling and checking on it too much, but yeah, they were taking 4 months, so what the hell? I think they just got sick of me and rejected me. But anyway, they're pieces of shit, but I'll get into why I'm still mentioning them. So you can just outright sign up for Founders Card. It's better if you get a discounted link from someone you know that already has it, though that didn't work out for me, but at least you won't pay $700 off the bat there. But second, you can do a double status match by signing up for something called Clear Plus. You've probably heard of Clear before, having to do with airports. And it's a way to skip security lines and things like that. So you can sign up for their premium service, Clear Plus, which is $199 a year. And once Clear Plus is activated, then you can match that to Founders Card for a free year. So you get Founders for free, but this way you get it for free and you're considered a full member, so you can match to Caesars Diamond from there. So you can sign up for Clear Plus, which actually has some value on its own, then match to Founders for the free first year, and then once you have Founders, then you can match to Caesars Diamond. Now, is it possible they will reject you like they did me when I applied directly? Yes, but it's possible that they will approve everybody who does it this way through Clear. Maybe they've agreed that for Clear members, they'll just give it to everybody. That's kind of what I think it is, but I'm not sure. Also, some credit cards, some premium credit cards, some high-end credit cards will actually give you Clear Plus for free, or in some cases discounted. So don't just go pay the $199. If you have the Platinum card from American Express, the Business Platinum card from American Express, the American Express Green card, the Hilton Honors Aspire card, or the Centurion card from American Express, then you will get free Clear Plus membership, so check on that. And also, anyone who has American Express cards that are associated with Delta Airlines or United can get Clear Plus for $159 instead of $199. But either way, getting Diamond for that amount of money is a great deal. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass with you sign up for Clear Plus, then you have to match to Founders, then you have to match to Caesars, and then it only lasts for a year. So yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass, but that is a way to do it. If you have any questions about it, you can text me 775-372-8355, or you can check the thread called Best Ways to 7 Stars or Diamond in a Day for Caesars Properties Around the U.S. It is in the Casinos in Las Vegas subforum on Poker Fraud Alerts forum, and all that is described there if you scroll down a bit on the first post. So I've already given you 2 ways, the direct Founders Card, which I hate, and this Clear Plus way to get Founders Card for a year. Now, if you just directly get Founders Club and pay, then every year you just keep renewing the Diamond. This Clear Plus thing only works for 1 year, but this may be a way to get into Founders initially without having to pay $700 and without them rejecting you. Third, this also will only work for a year, but if you do not have a Caesars card yet, which probably most of you do, but if you don't already have a Caesars Rewards card, then you can match to the Caesars Rewards cards with other casino programs, and these other casino programs, if you have a high card elsewhere, they will match it to Diamond or higher. Now, what is described as new, I don't know. Maybe it just means one you haven't matched before. I did once do a status match years ago, and the rule was that you just could never have done a Caesars status match before, and I hadn't. That was my first one, so I used up my one time. So maybe that's what they knew. They say new rewards cards are eligible, but maybe it just means you haven't had it more than a year. I don't know what it is, but you can give it a shot. if you've never matched before with Caesars. To my knowledge, those are the only ways you can get Caesars Diamond right now. You may think, okay, I don't want to do all that shit. I don't want to deal with the Founders card. I don't want to sign up for Clear Plus and do a double match and just get it for a year. How can I just earn it? You may want to know. Well, I'm glad you asked. I will tell you. To get Diamond, you need to reach 15,000 tier credits in a calendar year. That is from January 1st through December 31st. Once you get those 15,000 tier credits, you are guaranteed Diamond. There's no approval process. You just instantly get it. Now, how long do you keep the Diamond? Well, that is something you need to know if you're going to earn it through play. I'm not talking about these matches we were just going on about, but if you earn it through playing, it is very important to earn your Diamond early in the calendar year. The earlier, the better. The very best you can do is earn it on January 1st, and every day past that, you're losing free time of your Diamond. Why? Because if you earn Diamond in January, you will have it for more than 2 years. I'm serious. You'll have it for more than 2 years. So let's say you earned your Diamond on January 3rd. You would have it all the way until January 31st, 2 years from then. So let's say you earned Diamond on January 3rd, 2025. You would have that Diamond till January 31st, 2027, even if you never played again. So you always want to earn Diamond early in the year because you get the entire remainder of this calendar year, plus the entire next calendar year, plus a month of the following calendar year. So you can get almost 25 months of Diamond, or whatever you earn, if you earn it in January. And if you earn it in February, you'll get a little short of 2 years. But if you earn it in December, you're going to have it only a little bit more than 1 year. So you're basically throwing away a year of free Diamond if you earn it in December versus January. So the only reason to earn it towards the end of the year is if you're already so close anyway that you might as well. So if you have 13K tier credits, you just need 2K more, well, then you might as well in December. But you should never strive to earn it late in the year because that's a waste. So that's something you need to know. But then what's the best way to earn it? I'm telling you when is the best time to earn it, but what is the best way to earn it? Well, there's a new thing that's happening a lot, and this is mostly in the Nevada market, but it is being seen elsewhere in the country. And this is multiplier days, tier multiplier days, which didn't used to exist very often, but now it's pretty common. So if you're in the Nevada market, I don't just mean Vegas, but anything in Nevada, or if you come to Nevada, then you may want to build your trip around then, because that's definitely the best way to do it. And you can find on the same thread I was talking about, the best way to 7 stars or Diamond in a day thread on the casinos and Las Vegas forum on the Poker Fraud Alert. I have 2 links there on that first post. One is for Nevada's multiplier days, and usually it's listing the days for this month and next month. And then there's a Reddit post that is only through February 2025, but that looks forward to more months past that. And right now, it's that post is all the way through February 2025. So obviously, after that, it'll be a different post. So that post will be useless, but you may want to check that out as well. And you can see the tier credit multiplier days, where it's just like it sounds. You really will earn a multiple of the tier credits that you're earning that will get you towards Diamond. So it'll get you there a lot faster. So this is a great way to earn Diamond cheaply. Also, there is the old-fashioned way of getting free tier credits, and that was through the old and still existent bonus tier credit system. So as I've explained in the past, if you earn 2,500 base tier credits in a day at a Caesars property, any Caesars property, then they will give you 5,000 bonus tier credits for earning that 2,500. And if you earn 5,000 base tier credits in a day, then they will give you 10,000 bonus tier credits, which of course would be a total of 15,000, and that's why it's called Diamond in a Day, because you could start from 0 with a new card or a card that hasn't played yet this year, and by earning 5,000 base tier credits in a gaming day, which by the way isn't midnight to midnight, it's usually like 6 a.m. to 5:59 a.m. or 4 a.m. to 3:59 a.m. So always check with the casino where their gaming day is. Go to the Caesar Rewards desk and ask them. It just about never begins and ends at midnight. But if in a gaming day you earn 5,000 base tier credits, then you would earn diamond just from that. If in a gaming day you earn 2,500 base tier credits, then you'll get halfway there. You'll get 2,500 plus 5,000 to bring you 7,500. You never want to play more than 2,500 or more than 5,000, like in between them. You wouldn't want to play like 3,500 under this system because you're not getting any bonus in the space between 2,500 and 5,000. So under this system, you'd want to play either exactly 2,500 tiers in one day or exactly 5,000 in one day, and not less than 2,500 and not more than 5,000 and not between 2,500 and 5,000. Otherwise, you're just not getting bonuses on the other stuff you're playing. But hold on. That was before the multiplier days came to exist. So now the optimal way is to actually do the multiplier days, where also, if you happen to play 2,500 base tiers, you'll also get the bonus tiers the other way. They just won't multiply. So I'll explain if this sounds confusing. So let's go over some upcoming multiplier days according to these websites. And these websites tend to be correct. So you can't count on them. You can't complain if they're wrong, but I haven't seen them be wrong yet. So there's a multiplier day at El Dorado, Silver Legacy, and Circus Reno. These are all Reno properties. Of 8 times from 3 p.m. to midnight, November 28th through 30th. Also, those same dates, Harrah's and Harvey's Lake Tahoe have a 5 times multiplier. December 16th through 27th, a pretty wide range there. That's 12 days. At all the Las Vegas Caesars properties is a 5 times multiplier. That's very nice. December 23rd through 26th. At Harvey's and Harrah's Lake Tahoe, 5 times, but only 3 p.m. to midnight. Harrah's and Tropicana Laughlin, 5 times, December 23rd through 26th. And in Reno, December 23rd through 27th, those Reno properties I mentioned before, again, 3 p.m. to midnight, 5 times. If you want to look forward now to January, because remember I said you should strive to earn this in January or February, because you get the extra year, there's a very nice tier credit multiplier coming up in Vegas, according to this Reddit post, between January 20th and 26th, 2025, a 10 times tier multiplier. Now, there's maximums, so this one will get you a maximum of 30K, meaning that once you go past 3K, that gives you a total of 30K because of the multiplier, then that's it, then they're going to stop multiplying. But not only will that get you to Diamond, that would get you to Diamond Plus, which is at 25,000. So that's a great period there, the January 20th through 26th at all Vegas properties. And then they have a February 18th through 23rd, a 5 times on machines and 7 times on table games tier multiplier at Caesars properties in Vegas. This is something that you should consider and go during these periods, because you'll do much better as far as earning tier credits. And remember, if you played 2,500 base tier credits, you'll also get that 5,000 in addition. Those just won't multiply. I'm saying like the 5,000 bonus ones wouldn't multiply, but you would get the multiplier on the 2,500 you played, plus you'd get the additional 5,000 if you wanted to do that. But if you're just looking for base diamond, which is 15,000, then like if you went on January 20th and played 1,500 tier credits, that would get you there because it's a 10 times multiplier. I think sometimes you have to wait a little period of time until they credit you the multiplier. Sometimes it's the next day, sometimes it's a week from then, sometimes it's 10 days from then, but you will get it. So that's a very good way to do it. Because, for example, if you were to do that 10 times multiplier day, you could just cycle $15,000 worth on video poker, which sounds like a lot, but it's not, because that's just coin in. That doesn't mean you have to lose $15,000. That doesn't mean you have to bet big. That just means that all the credits you're betting has to add up to $15,000. So if you're playing $5 a hand, that would just mean you got to play 3,000 hands, which goes pretty quickly, and you've gotten there. If you play $25 a hand, then you set to play 600 hands, and you've gotten there. So that's not very much at all. You want to go on these multiplier days if you can to get there. But hold on. There's something else you need to consider, and that is what games you're playing. Because if you just go sit and spin slot machines, you're going to get crushed, even earning this reduced number of tier credits to get to 15,000. Because the casino hold is very high on these slots games, and you're going to waste a lot of money. And if you just sit down at video poker, either because you don't know the strategy well or because the pay table sucks or both, you're going to lose a lot of money. So what you need to do is find the very best games in whatever market you're going to and do it on video poker and play the very best games possible and know the strategy. And the good thing is you don't even have to memorize it, because I have a link to all the different strategies that wizardofodds.com provides, and that's Mike Shackelford's site, and he put this all together, and this is accurate. So you can just bring this up on your phone whenever there's a hand you don't know how to play. You can kind of skim it beforehand to get the general idea how to play, and then anything that's kind of a hard decision that is hard to memorize, you can just consult that, and no one's going to care. And you can play very close to optimally, and then you're really only a slave to variance at that point. But you still have to play a good pay table, or otherwise you're just giving away money to the casino. Now, unfortunately, Vegas has very poor video poker at Caesars Properties, and that's on purpose. So in this thread, you'll see I list the games that are the best in each market. And I actually have to update it because they're updated at the end of 2022, so it's been 2 years. Some things have changed. So I do have to change that, but you can look in each Caesars market after I update it and see what has the best games and play those. Now, here's a market where you can find very good games. And I know it's kind of a pain in the ass to go there for some of you, but you may want to consider it if you don't want to play crappy games. And that is the Reno market. Because of the El Dorado and Caesars merger, there are two properties that have very good video poker that never got degraded, that are now part of the Caesars portfolio. That is El Dorado and Silver Legacy in Reno. And they have games that are up to a 99.94% return with perfect play. Now, it's not as simple as it sounds, because a lot of these have a lot of variance, especially if you don't hit the big payouts like the Royal Flush. So then, if you don't hit the unusual big payout that you probably won't if you're just playing 1,500 hands, then typically your return is going to be about 2% less, because the Royal Flush usually makes up 2% of the return. So you have to keep that in mind. There's a lot more variance than you would think because of that and other factors. But still, video poker is the best way to get to diamond quickly. Additionally, the games that are very, very close to even return, like 99.94% Super Aces and 99.92% Two Pair Jokers Wild and 99.8% Triple Bonus Plus, which are at the El Dorado Reno. The problem is either the denominations are too high for what you'd probably want to play, or too low to where it'll take too long, or the game is not intuitive. So Super Aces, it just isn't high enough. It's only a one-play machine up to $1 per credit. It'll take too long. The Two Pair Jokers Wild, that is high enough, but you have to understand how to play that game. It's not that intuitive. And Triple Bonus Plus, that one, again, is high enough, but you have to learn the strategy. It has some similarities to double-double bonus poker, but you do have to understand the strategy. The one I would probably recommend if you just want something pretty straightforward that's a game you're used to, Deuces Wild, 99.73%. This is what's called the not-so-ugly Deuces version. It's not called that in the casino, but that's what people know it as. And that's with the 25, 16, 10, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1 pay table. So that is a pretty high-returning machine, and you can play up to 25 coins at $1 denomination at two banks right outside the poker room at the El Dorado, and then they also have this at Silver Legacy, so you can get to diamond fairly quickly that way. So that's what I would recommend if you were to try to earn diamond through playing, and of course go on those multiplier days to make it a lot easier for you. There's also things like 9-6 bonus deluxe, a 99.64 return, which is the same strategy of double-double bonus poker if you like that game. So those are the games to play, because the pay table is so much better, and you're going to lose a lot less. Of course, it does require kind of a pain in the ass trip to Reno, which if you're not in that area can be something you don't really want to do. So if you really insist on doing it in Vegas, then fine, but make sure it's on a multiplier day. Make sure if you're going to do it in Vegas that you're doing it when they are multiplying it. And believe it or not, in Vegas, given how crappy the games are, and by the way, you can see this by casino. If you go to vpfree2.com, that's vpfree2.com, then you click on casinos in the top left and then search browse and then pick Las Vegas from the drop down. You can see all the casinos games. You just click on whatever casino you want and it'll tell you where all the best games are. And then you can go find those on the casino floor and play them. So even if you don't want to look at my list, you can find that, and that's updated more often than my thread. It doesn't explain the rest of everything I'm talking about, but as far as the games themselves. So at Caesars Properties, the best option actually is the Jacks or Better game, the 9-6 Jacks or Better game, and it's also a very straightforward and easy strategy that's in the high limit room at Caesars. And the reason it's not as good as it seems is that you only earn 1 tier credit for every $25 wagered rather than $10 normally. So you're going to earn tier credits 2.5 times as slow as you would on other games. So you will have to play more, and the minimum you can play is $25 a hand, but the return of the machine is 99.54% with perfect play, and it's not even that easy to screw that up because it's a pretty easy strategy to learn. So you may want to do that one on a multiplier day. And then you do have to cycle through more money than otherwise you would because of the 2.5 times thing. But at least it's a much better game. If you don't want to do that, the best you're going to find is 9-5 Jacks or Better. So the difference between 9-6 Jacks or Better and 9-5 Jacks or Better is actually over 1% return. And what I mean by 9-6 and 9-5 is 9 for the full house and 6 for the flush. And here you only get 5 for the flush. So that actually makes a big difference because you get a lot of flushes. But anyway, you can find the 98.45% return Jacks or Better game, and that does give you 1 tier credit per $10 wager. That's in the spin poker in the high limit room at Caesars. And that you can play a little bit lower also. Like you could play a $2 machine, $2 per credit, which is $10 per spin. Or you could even play $5 per credit for $25 a spin, but you'll get the full tier credits there. It's just a worse return. So you could do that on a multiplier day and not lose that badly. Something else you could do is there's a Super Times Pay game there, which is in the smaller of the 2 high limit rooms at Caesars, and that's also giving you full tier credits. And this double Super Times Pay gives you approximately 0.5% extra returns. It's a bonus poker, a 7-5 bonus poker that would give you a 98.51% return, including the Super Times Pay. But keep in mind, the Super Times Pay costs you extra. It costs you 2 credits extra for double Super Times Pay and 1 for Super Times Pay. And that's where basically a multiplier pops up every so often and multiplies what you get. The strategy is the same, but it adds the variance. And so it's a more fun version of video poker, but it does add variance. It does actually increase your return overall, but it adds variance. It can be very frustrating sometimes, but I actually find that the most fun form of video poker personally. But you can do that on a multiplier day and get to the 15,000 coin in fairly easily. So all you have to do is earn 1,500 base tier credits in one gaming day, and then it will get multiplied by the 10 times. And in fact, if you earn 1,000 base tier credits, you'll also get 1,000 bonus. So you don't even have to exactly earn 1,500. You could earn, I guess, 1,400, and then you'd get the other 1,000 from the bonus. So you could actually earn just 14,000 tier credits. The 1,400 would multiply into 14,000. You'll get the extra 1,000 bonus, and you're right there at diamond. That's if you start at 0. So if you're going to do it in Vegas, that's what I recommend. If you need any help, you can let me know. But go on the multiplier days. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. That's the easiest way to get there. And by all means, don't do it till January or February. Don't do it till the beginning of next year because you'll get a whole additional year out of it. And then at that point, if you don't want to play anymore, you can just shut down, not play anymore, and you will stay diamond all the way through January 31st, 2027. They won't take it away from you. They won't say, oh, this guy's not playing, we're taking away his diamond. They don't do that. It's been this way for many, many years. They don't do that. So once you've earned it, you get it for the period that you've earned it. Those are some ways to earn it as cheaply as possible. If I'm missing anything, let me know, but I think I've pretty much covered it all, and I'll be glad to help anybody. Got a text here from 507 again. He said, Phil Galfond seems like a good guy, but man, is he detached and tone deaf. Yeah, that's kind of accurate. I think Phil Galfond is a nice guy. He's nice, he's even-tempered, he's honest, he's a good ambassador for the game, he's an excellent poker player. These are all big positives for him. But yeah, he is kind of tone deaf sometimes, and he sometimes doesn't really pay attention to what's going on in the community. I think that's why he missed the PayPal thing. I think that's why his Run It Once poker site didn't work, because everyone's trying to give him advice of what they want, and he didn't want to hear it. So yeah, that can happen. You can have someone who's good and honest and nice, and also just kind of in their own world, and not really paying very much attention. I think that's a good description of him. Rapper Nelly was arrested after hitting a jackpot at a casino. He wasn't arrested for anything related to the jackpot or the casino, but that did cause him to get arrested. So what happened? How do you get arrested for hitting a jackpot and not doing anything wrong in the process? Well, what happened was he was at the Hollywood Casino in St. Charles, Missouri, and he's actually performed there in the past. He's performed a lot at that casino. That's probably why he went to gamble there. He does like gambling. He's actually played poker before at the World Series. But he was at the Hollywood Casino in St. Charles, Missouri, and he hit a $50K jackpot. So they had to put him through a state-mandated identification verification check, even though they knew who he was. They can't just say, oh yeah, you're Nelly, we know that, and pay him at that point. He still has to give his ID, they still have to run it, they still have to look at information, blah, blah, blah. So they did that. Well, they were surprised to see that when they ran this ID verification check, an arrest warrant popped up. So they had to report this to law enforcement, because that is a requirement, that when they check on anybody's jackpot, when they look at their ID and run it through the system, if it comes up warrant, then they have to notify law enforcement. So they did. Why was there a warrant against him? Well, it wasn't from anything major. In fact, it was very minor. It was that he got stopped in Missouri while he was on the road, and it was found that he did not have auto insurance, which is kind of funny. Like, doesn't Nelly have someone who could help him with this if he doesn't want to do it himself? Like, how is Nelly driving around with no auto insurance? It's so weird. But anyway, he was driving around with no auto insurance, and they wrote him a ticket for this, presumably a fix-it ticket, and then he just did nothing. So it turned to a bench warrant. He just ignored the ticket. And that's what happens with any ticket you ignore. It turns into a bench warrant. So a bench warrant is where they don't go get you, but if you ever have any contact with law enforcement, then they will, or can, I shouldn't say will, but they can arrest you on the spot. It's at the officer's discretion. I actually had it where when I was pulled over, that there was a bench warrant over a seatbelt ticket that I had gotten months beforehand and that I never paid. This was in like 1994. I got pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt, and then, as seemed to always happen in California in those days, they just did not send me the notice with how to pay it and how much I owed, because you get the ticket and you don't have an amount on the ticket you can send. You got to wait for the courtesy notice, and if that never comes, which it seems like happens a lot, then you've got to contact the court and say, how much is it and where do I send it? It's on purpose so they can screw you. They can give you this bench warrant for not paying, and then you're going to owe like over $500. So that happened to me. So there was a bench warrant, but the officer pulling me over for not stopping fully at a stop sign decided not to arrest me for this bench warrant because obviously he knew this was a seatbelt ticket and the shit with the courtesy notices happened, so he wasn't going to arrest me for that. But he just told me, I could arrest you, but I'm not going to, but you got to go take care of that. So that was nice I didn't get arrested for it, and I took care of it. Anyway, Nelly actually was arrested. And this is a bit different because this wasn't a matter of just not getting a courtesy notice like with me. He actually just chose not to do anything about it with the lack of insurance. So he still didn't have insurance, and they had this bench warrant out for him, and this was automatic contact with law enforcement because the casino had to, by law, call law enforcement because when he hit the jackpot, that warrant came up. So not only was he arrested, but they searched him and they found ecstasy pills that he had on him, which is, of course, also against the law. So the question came up, was Nelly going to be prosecuted for either of these things? Were they actually going to prosecute him? He was arrested, but was he going to be prosecuted? So he was arrested for possession of ecstasy and also over that car insurance bench warrant. They were more focused on the ecstasy, but Chris King, spokesperson for St. Louis County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, said, "We don't believe the facts in this case warrant the pressing of charges." So they are not pressing charges. Nelly's attorney, Scott Rosenblum, told TMZ, Wesley Bell, the prosecuting attorney in his office, looked at all the circumstances and after a fair and impartial review of the evidence, declined to prosecute. I think what really happened here was that they realized this is all pretty much minor bullshit. And it would look bad to prosecute a celebrity like Nelly over just possessing a few ecstasy pills and over not fixing his lack of car insurance matter because he hit a jackpot in a casino. It's not like he hit someone and then didn't have insurance. This was just, he got pulled over, didn't have insurance, didn't fix the matter, automatically went to a bench warrant, and then when the bench warrant caused him to get arrested, they searched him and found some ecstasy pills on him. So he didn't have enough to be selling it. It's not like he had an amount that would be considered an amount for sales. This was for personal use. So these are all kind of ticky-tack violations of the law. It was only 4 ecstasy pills, by the way. So this was a ticky-tack violation of the law. His attorney said the whole thing was overzealous and complained that the cops paraded him through the casino in handcuffs. And they just decided this is going to look bad for the county and didn't prosecute further. They're like, this is too minor. This is going to make us look really, really petty. So why do this? Had he done anything actually bad, they would have prosecuted him. But this was one of these things where they could prosecute him on a technicality, but they said, okay, a ticket for no insurance that he doesn't do anything about and 4 ecstasy pills, we're not going to prosecute Nelly over this. So they didn't. And I agree with that. Now, would they have prosecuted the average person for this? Possibly. And that sucks, and they shouldn't, but they might. I'm not saying that the average person would go to jail. They probably would get prosecuted, and then they'd have an attorney who would then negotiate it down to some kind of probation and some kind of fine, something like that. Nelly, they just decided they're not going to prosecute. But he did get paraded through the casino in handcuffs. I'm sure he was surprised, too. He thought he's not doing anything wrong. He probably forgot about the whole insurance thing. It's probably the last thing on his mind is his car insurance. So who's going to think about you're going to get arrested for car insurance when you hit a jackpot at a casino? But that happened. I have an update on a tragic story we talked about in April involving a murdered poker pro. Matt Bergart from Canada, who's 30 years old, was murdered in April 2024. And it seemed to be a wrong place, wrong time murder. And it was just one of these things where it was just a pretty much senseless act of violence that he happened to walk into. And it was very sad. And he was well regarded. And a lot of people in the poker community who knew him, especially in the Canadian poker community in the Toronto area, were very upset about this. And understandably so. I didn't know him. But, it's a sad story when a 30-year-old is murdered like this, especially something that had nothing to do with him. It's not even like he made an enemy who killed him. This was just strangers who killed him. So he was murdered in April at a townhouse on Lakeshore Boulevard West at Long Branch Avenue in Toronto. They had not solved the murder, other than knowing that he was just murdered for being there. This wasn't his townhouse, and this was not aimed at him. Apparently, this home invasion was targeting the person who actually was living at that townhouse, who Matt Bergart was visiting, and they ended up killing Bergart here. I'm not sure if they killed the other guy too. And at the time, it really wasn't known who did it. So they didn't state what happened there, other than Matt Bergart being killed and this having nothing to do with him, and if it wasn't at his own house. The cops said that 3 people entered this townhouse and demanded valuables, so it was a robbery. And there was some kind of struggle, and Matt Bergart was shot several times and died later at a hospital. And it turned out that the perpetrators were underage teenage boys, which you probably wouldn't picture when hearing a story like this, but that's what it was. It was teenage boys who were trying to rob the place. So the good news is these boys have been arrested, including the one that is assumed to have shot Matt Bergart. But this actually was a pretty spectacular scene when they were arrested. There was a massive shootout that occurred between the criminals and the police that would be something that you'd see out of a movie. This shootout occurred this month at a downtown music studio in Toronto where 23 people were arrested, and one of them was this teenager who killed Matt Bergart. So a police undercover car was hit several times. I guess this was some sort of birthday party going on there where the police showed up and a massive shootout started to occur. And one cop told the Toronto Sun, the scene was armed for war, and war is what broke out. 16 guns were seized at this shootout. One of the people arrested was the one who was believed to have killed Matt Bergart. This was actually the front page story of the Toronto Sun after this big shootout occurred. One detective said to the Canoe.com journalist who was writing a story about this, they will just idly pull out a gun and start shooting. People in power are clueless. They're more worried about bike lanes than murder. So they were frustrated that this teenager had been in trouble before and just keeps getting kicked back on the streets with no consequences. The complaint was of the Youth Criminal Justice Act, which basically allows underage criminals right back on the streets very quickly. I don't know much about this act personally, but that's what this article is saying. That same detective said it's a train with no brakes. It's obvious to everyone except the mayor and prime minister, referring to that act. A criminal lawyer in the area said the number of young psychopaths running around the streets is just crazy. Not a thought about what they're doing. They're just brazen. They don't care about the person they're killing or even the fact they're going to jail. So apparently they keep finding these underage boys with guns. There's not much they can do to them. They barely get any consequence and they're right back on the street. So one of them committed this robbery that was aimed at the other person who was staying in that townhouse, and Matt Bergart got murdered. That's very sad. So it's good they got the guy in custody, but I don't even trust the Canadian justice system, especially over there in Toronto, to put this guy away for that long, because he's still a minor. I don't even know if they can charge him as an adult over there. So a lot of times these minors commit these senseless murders. He's being charged with second-degree murder, by the way. And they stay in prison for a few years and they're right back out. It's really stupid. I'm not a believer in letting teenagers off for murder just because they're not 18 yet. It's one thing to go easier on teenagers who commit lesser crimes. But murder, that's just too much. Like, everybody in their teen years knows not to commit murder. You don't have to be mature to know not to commit murder. So if you commit murder in your teen years, I feel you should be in prison for life. You should not ever get out. And this Youth Criminal Justice Act, which is referred to as the woeful Youth Criminal Justice Act, according to Canoe.com's editorialist there. It's pretty bad. This is not a local act, by the way. It's a federal Canadian statute, according to what I'm reading here. It's actually been around for over 20 years. It involves kids between 12 and 17. So I don't want to read about the whole thing here. But it's something that a lot of people are unhappy about, that it is allowing a lot of these kids to get off too easily. Here's some of the problems with it I'm already seeing. It says, for a youth charged with an offense, here's what's suggested: recommending an appropriate extrajudicial measure to be used, victim support by addressing concerns and mediating between victim and offender, ensuring community support by arranging for the use of communal services, and coordinator interaction between the youth criminal justice system and any outside agency or group. So basically, rather than charging a lot of these teenagers, they're just trying to make them into better people. And even mediating concerns between the victim and perpetrator, which is insane. You don't go get the victim and perpetrator together so they can talk about their feelings. That's not how criminal justice should work. So this is aimed at trying to reform these teenagers before they get into the system and are career criminals. And I can understand that, but not this way. You can't go super light, because this actually accomplishes the opposite thing. And this is what a lot of people on the left don't understand. And of course, this is the Canadian left, not the American left, but same thing. I can understand not just wanting to throw them into the system and just hope they reform somehow. So I would be for trying to work with these teens and explain to them how they can reform and change their lives and how they can get off this path of criminal behavior while they're also serving some kind of sentence for what they did. But you can't do this in place of a sentence, because then this gives them the message that there's not a consequence for what they're doing as long as they're not 18. And that's the way they take it. And that's the way, in general, kids and teenagers take it. If they learn there's no consequence for doing bad things, they will be more encouraged to do the bad things. So you can teach them at the same time, while you give them a consequence, why what they're doing isn't right and how they can reform. That's fine. That's correct. But you shouldn't do that in place of a punishment. If you don't have a punishment, then you're going to have these kids just saying, okay, cool, no punishment. Okay, I'll do what I want. You may not want them to think that way, but that's the way they think. And not wanting to get too much on a tangent here, this has been the way that they've approached bullying in the recent years in schools. And this is also incorrect. So after the late 90s, when there was the Columbine shooting, which wasn't even about bullying, it was incorrectly reported that the Columbine shooters were bullied and that's why they did it, and that wasn't true. But this got people talking about the problem with school bullying that has existed for a very long time. And in the 2000s, they did some positive things to stop bullying in schools. And basically, a lot of schools took the policy that there's zero tolerance for bullying. And anyone who's caught being a bully will get very harsh consequences: detention, suspension, expulsion, whatever. So this really brought down the amount of bullying that occurred in schools in the 2000s, and that was a good thing. And this continued through the early 2010s, and then things started to change back. So what happened was a lot of people on the left, who of course are running these schools, started to get into a concept called restorative justice, and you can look this up. And restorative justice is used both in criminal matters and in school disciplinary matters. And basically, it's what I just read you, that rather than punishment, you get the perpetrator and the victim together talk about everyone's feelings, try to get them to understand each other, try to convince the perpetrator to change and reform his ways, and that this is better than just punishing someone. And a lot of people on the left swear by this and say this is the right way to do it. Punishment just makes the person worse. Punishment just makes them resentful, and they don't learn anything. And as soon as the punishment is over, they just keep doing it. And so that's their belief, and that's their belief. They say, hey, they're all human beings here. Let's get them together. Let's have everybody understand each other. Let's have the perpetrator, or in the case of the bullying, the bully understanding why he's bullying and why he should stop. So that's their fantasy that will work. But that's not really how it works, because that's not how kids operate. A kid who is engaging in bullying, he may have other problems that's making him behave this way. Maybe he's in an abusive home. Maybe he's just a jerk. Maybe he has psychological issues. Maybe he's a sociopath. Who knows what the reason is? There's going to be a lot of reasons that someone bullies. But the point is that what is common with kids in middle school and high school is that they will do what they can get away with. So all the bully sees with this restorative justice shit is, I can bully as much as I want because all they're going to do is drag me in to talk about my feelings. So cool. Okay, I have no consequence. I can do what I want. And then even if they drag him in and talk about his feelings, he just goes along with whatever they say, and then it goes back to what he was doing before. And it takes a lot of times before they actually get any consequences. And in the meantime, he's making other students there miserable. So the funny thing is, while they mostly solved the middle and high school bullying problem in the 2000s, it's right back now because of this ridiculous restorative justice shit. So it sounds like this act in Canada is similar to that from a criminal standpoint. It's just not understanding human nature when it comes to both adolescents and adults. That there's going to be certain people who will only respond to consequence. And those people, especially kids, who more often respond to consequence and nothing else than adults do, but some adults are this way too, that if you don't have the consequence, they're going to keep doing it. They're not going to care about their feelings or why they're doing it or being brought there together with the victim and talking it out. They don't give a crap about that. That's not going to improve them. That's not going to reform them. All that can deter them is a potential consequence or a real consequence. And that's reality. That may not be a pleasant reality, but that's reality. So that's why these don't work, especially in schools. Especially in schools. So I think that's the issue here. I think they keep catching these kids with these guns, and instead of giving them a punishment for it, they bring them in and try to make them better people. That's not going to work. You have these kids with who are already becoming hardened criminals at the age of 16. You can talk all you want about feelings with them and try to coach them to reform. It's not going to work. All they're going to think is, okay, so do I get off for this? So do I get off for this? So what's my consequence? How long do I got to serve? Oh, I don't have to serve at all? Okay, sweet. Now I know I can do more. Like that's what happens. That's the way they think. And that's especially the way adolescents think, because their brains are not developed enough yet to have the conscience that they may have later. The sociopaths will never have the conscience, but at that age, a lot of them more just think about consequence. What can I get away with? And if you don't believe me, think about yourself back when you were a teenager. If you knew you could do things without consequence, I bet you would have done a lot worse things than you did. I bet you would have taken a lot more risks. I bet you would have done a lot more bad things if you knew that things would be consequence-free, right? And maybe now as an adult, you would feel too guilty to do a lot of these things. And you'd be mature enough not to do these things. But I bet when you were 15 or 16, I bet if you could get away with things, you would do them. I'm not talking about murder. I'm talking about smaller things. Because that's the problem with that sort of approach. And that's I don't want to get into a whole political discussion, even though we're about to when we get to the Trump segment at the end. But that's one of the reasons that I'm on the right, is I just have felt in my observation of the left that the left operates in the way they wish the world was, and then they end up making wrong decisions for that reason, even if well-reasoned, even if well-intentioned. It's just not correct because they're doing it based upon the way they wish things were and the way they wish people were. And I feel the right more often acts according to the way things actually are. Not all the time. The right makes plenty of mistakes too. But in general, I've found that the right is more grounded in reality when it comes to the way they legislate. And the left is more idealistic. And a lot of times the idealism causes them to make mistakes that just makes it worse. And also they tend to fall victim to it's better to feel good about what you're doing than to actually help. All right. I'll get off my soapbox for the moment. No, I won't. I'll get right back on it because we're at our final topic. Good segue, actually. I didn't realize we had nothing else besides the Trump topic, but that's all we have. Then we'll be done. Of course, it's already been a very long show. So we had an election, and we had an 8-hour show, a video show, where you can see me for 8 hours right there on the screen talking about the election as it was happening. Now, this was not as dramatic of an election as the previous two elections. The 2016 election had the shock of Trump beating the very heavily favored Hillary Clinton and the slow realization of this that America came to as the night went on. And 2020 had the very weird situation due to the mail-in ballots where it went from Biden being the favorite, though not as heavily favored as Hillary Clinton, to Trump becoming a pretty decent-sized favorite by taking an early lead from the in-person voting. And then once the mail voting came in, then his lead evaporated, and then he ended up losing. And there's a lot of controversy about that, as I'm sure you know. The 2024 election was weird because we had the incumbent Joe Biden, who is still our sitting president. It's hard to believe, but he is. Sometimes you don't really realize that because he's just hiding in the basement at this point. But you had the incumbent president who insisted that he was going to run for another term despite obvious senility and definitely didn't have the mental or physical fitness to have 4 more years at this age. But nevertheless ran. And the Democrats and the media covered up his true condition, even though it was obvious. And then he was lagging behind Trump, who became the nominee once again, despite everything that happened 4 years prior. And it looked like Trump was going to cruise to an easy victory. And then came that infamous June debate where Biden basically didn't know where he was. And the Democrats panicked and basically blackmailed him off the ticket. They really did. Where the Democrats came to Joe Biden, and apparently Obama was leading this charge, and they basically came to him and said, okay, you got 2 choices here. You can either drop out voluntarily, or we will do the 25th Amendment on you that you're not competent enough to continue serving as president, and we will have you removed, and it's going to be very embarrassing for you. And Kamala Harris is willing to do it. We've already talked to her. So we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment if you don't play ball and drop out. So he didn't want to drop out, but he did. He was very bitter towards those that engineered this, like Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama and Kamala Harris. She, I guess, wasn't an engineer of this, but she went along with it, and she was told that she'll probably be the one replacing him. And the reason they wanted her replacing Biden wasn't that she was the best candidate. It was for money. That they had raised a lot of money already, and that money could only be spent for either Biden or Harris because of the Biden-Harris campaign. So if a different Democrat replaced Biden, they would have to return all that money and have to raise it all over again and start from scratch. So they basically pushed Kamala Harris on everybody. And the media did a very good job at rebranding her at first. She was very unpopular. She dropped out of the 2020 primary very early. She just collapsed there. And really everybody thought this is a person we don't want as president. That's on the Democratic side I'm talking about 4 years prior. So here they were rebranding her as someone who is going to fix all the problems, and someone who's a joyful figure who is going to bring energy and reform to the office and isn't old and senile like either Trump or Biden. They didn't say that, but they started making issues of Trump's age because he is 78 years old. And Kamala, who's only 60, they're saying, hey, look, this is the young candidate here. This is the one who's not senile. And she's the solution. She's going to save us from Donald Trump, who is pretty much Hitler, they were saying. And everybody got excited. And the excitement was a combination of the media and Democrats pushing it and basically reinventing her and covering up all the issues she had before and all the positions she abruptly changed. And I don't mean like from 10 years ago. I mean from 4 years ago. The media just didn't ask questions about that and just kept pushing her as the great hope for this country. And Trump wasn't countering it very well. So she got off to a good start. But the problem was, she was still Kamala Harris. She still wasn't a good candidate. She still had a very hard time articulating her policies. It was even questionable how much she understood her policies. She was not good at separating what she was going to do differently than Joe Biden, who was very unpopular as a president, and people were blaming him for a lot of their current woes, such as all the inflation that had occurred and all the issues with the southern border with a record number of people crossing. She was refusing to criticize any of that and was refusing to say what she would do differently than Biden, so it almost looked like a second Biden term. So after the honeymoon period wore off, people started to say, hey, you know what? We don't really like what we're seeing here. This just looks empty. She doesn't seem to stand for anything, and she had a lot of very far left positions originally when she ran 4 years ago. How has that just disappeared? Just because she's saying she feels differently now, she couldn't even explain why she changed these positions. She just gave a nonsense answer when asked about that. So people started to think, hey, you know, we don't love Trump, and he has a lot of flaws, but we don't want to bring this in. And in fact, we're looking for a change. We're looking for something different than the last 4 years that produced all this inflation and all these people coming across the border and all of the increase in a lot of these left-wing social policies like DEI and all of the pushing of the extreme gender ideology. Like, this seems like more of that if we elect her. Trump, for all his issues, we were happy with the economy when he was president. There wasn't much inflation. He pushes back against all this weird far-left nonsense. So yeah, he kind of seems better, even despite everything else. So that's the way a lot of people started to look at this. And the turning point, and I said this during the 8-hour election special, the video special, which you can still find on YouTube. It's right there on YouTube. It'll always be there on YouTube. I said during the special that the turning point here was a debate, but not the Trump-Harris debate, where Trump did not perform well. She was coached very well. She was told to say certain things to get under his skin and basically put him on tilt, and it worked. And so he played right into her hands there. He did not do well in that debate. She did much better. So she kept gaining thanks to that debate. But there was another debate that was a problem, and that was after that. And that was the vice presidential debate between Tim Walz on the Democratic side and J.D. Vance on the Republican side. Tim Walz had been warning for a while he's not a good debater, and that was true. And he was worried, and even though he tried to prepare beforehand, he just didn't do well. And J.D. Vance, for all the doubts about him, he really calmed a lot of people's concerns because he came off as very reasonable, as very cordial. He treated Walz with respect, who also treated him with respect back. It was a very respectful debate, unlike the presidential debate, which wasn't at all. But it was a very mutually respectful debate. But the thing was, J.D. Vance was much better at articulating his positions, gave much better answers, came off as the much smarter guy, because he is. He's actually the smartest one of all 4 candidates there. And Tim Walz kind of came off as a bumbling idiot. And while the vice president isn't all that important, unless the president dies, that was kind of the turning point. Because people are like, okay, we heard all these terrible things about J.D. Vance and how extreme he is and how awful it'll be if he ends up becoming president. And, Tim Walz, he's a little bit strange, but he seems like a nice guy. And, then you see this debate and you go, oh, you know what? I'd feel a lot more comfortable with Vance as president than Walz here. Walz kind of seems like a moron and a pathological liar. And Vance seems pretty reasonable, despite what we've heard about him. That's what people came away thinking. So that already gave some momentum back to the Trump campaign. That was the first good thing that happened for them in like 2 months. And then it just kind of went from there. Then Kamala started to do interviews, and she didn't come off well. She wasn't answering questions. She was dodging questions. Then they stupidly had her do hostile interviews. At first they had her doing friendly interviews, very friendly interviews with left-wing media. And then she stupidly went on Fox, and that was a disaster because obviously Fox was not going to hold back with the questions, and they were going to ask her some tough things, and they did. And it just kept getting worse and worse. It also didn't help that she rebuffed RFK Jr. when he went to her and said, hey, I'm going to drop out. Can I join your ticket? Can I just endorse you? And then some on the back end, you make me part of your administration. And she said, no, sorry, we don't need you. She probably thought he was a weirdo, which he kind of is. And she sent him away. Well, that was a mistake because then he went to his second choice and he went to Trump and said, hey, I'd like to join you guys. Can I endorse you? And Trump's like, oh, yeah, sure. So he joined. Then Tulsi Gabbard, a former Democrat who actually ran for president as a Democrat in 2020, lost the primary, but that's how people knew her. She renounced her Democratic Party membership and criticized the Democrats up and down, and she joined Trump and endorsed him. Elon Musk became very pro-Trump, somewhat for his own reasons for his business interests probably, but it also seemed like he believed a lot of what Trump stood for versus what Kamala stood for. So Elon Musk, with his gigantic Twitter/X platform and just tremendous influence, he joined Trump. So people started to see kind of a diverse group of people. I don't mean like racially diverse, but I mean a diverse ideological group that were together on Trump's side. And on Harris's side, it was just the far left. That was it. Just the far left continuing their far left ways and kind of bullshitting the people like, oh yeah, we understand you, don't worry, we'll help you too. And that wasn't going over. With the Trump side, you're looking at, okay, well, look at all the different types of people he's bringing in. He's got RFK Jr., a former Democrat who is from a famous Democratic family who's now aligned with him. And Tulsi Gabbard, the former Democrat, and a woman that is endorsing him and believes in him. And Elon Musk, with all his success and everything that he's done that's been so innovative, and he's so pro-Trump. So you start to see things. It just looked a lot better. It was a much better look to have this diverse group of people together. They called it Team Unity. It was very smart. And they didn't have any equivalent on the Democratic side. They tried to reproduce it by bringing in the Cheneys, but that's not going to work. Dick Cheney was never a popular figure, nor was his daughter. So bringing out Liz Cheney is not going to move the needle. It's not going to bring independents going, oh, you know what? If Liz Cheney says that she wants Harris to be elected, then we should reconsider. Like, no one thinks that. That people don't like the Cheneys. So bringing on Republicans who have a personal issue with Trump, which the Cheneys do, that the Democrats have always hated, like that's not going to make independents flock over to Kamala. It was just a very bad miscalculation. Bringing these like 2000s neocons over to endorse Harris. And all these celebrity endorsements, that doesn't work anymore because people are sick of it. People are sick of celebrities telling them what to think and what to do. People find it obnoxious that these rich celebrities who have everything are telling people, no, life's good. Inflation, it's gone down. And, the right wing, they're just gaslighting you. They're just making you think that things are bad. But things are actually good. And people are like, no, things are not good. We could afford things a lot more 5 years ago compared to now. That's a fact, they say to themselves. I don't care what the celebrity tells me. So it just gets them angry. It accomplishes the opposite of what they're hoping, the Democrats. So that was a problem. Another problem was that the Harris-Walz campaign had a tremendous issue with not being able to appeal to men. Donald Trump got more black male voters than any Republican in modern history. He got more Hispanic male voters than any time in modern Republican history. In fact, he won Hispanic male voters, which is pretty amazing. Donald Trump did something that no Republican in modern history has been able to do on a national level, and that is appeal to minority male voters. Republicans have tried, and they fail and fail and fail, and these voters have been solidly for the Democrats for the longest time. Now, Kamala won black males by a good margin, but not nearly the margin that black males had been voting Democrat in previous presidential elections of my lifetime. Even ones like Ronald Reagan, who otherwise crushed like in 1984, still he didn't do as well with black males and Hispanic males as Trump did here in 2024. So Trump appealed to the minority male voters and also to the white male voters. He had a very strong appeal to males. Not every male, of course, but he did very well, especially the males that were hard to reach for the Republicans, that were the non-white males. Harris was the opposite. She could not appeal to males, and they had no clue how to do it. And I discussed this during the election special. And this is somewhat being overlooked when people are doing the postmortem of what happened to the Harris campaign. Why did it lose? There's not enough emphasis being placed upon how bad they were at appealing to males of any race. And that's because they didn't understand them. And it's amazing because they had $1 billion, actually $1 billion, most of which was raised after she took over. So this wasn't money raised during Biden. I think almost all of it came when she took over, like 90% of it. So they had $1 billion. And with $1 billion, they somehow could not come up with political consultants that could accurately figure out what male voters wanted to hear. And the funny thing is, it wasn't that hard. Had they hired me, I could have told them. And they would have done a lot better. And I'm not the only guy in the world who could have. It's not a magical power I have. I'm saying that it's not that hard. I don't work in politics. I've never worked in politics. And if they hired me, I could have told them exactly what they're doing wrong with males and why these commercials trying to appeal to males are so cringe and terrible, and why it's not going to move the needle for any males watching it who aren't already voting Democrat. They just could not understand it, and I didn't get that. I didn't get why that was so hard, because it's not rocket science. So in an attempt to woo males over to the Kamala Harris side, they were actually lecturing them. They thought that the way to appeal to males was to present manly-looking males in commercials doing manly things, fixing cars, riding horses, shooting guns, whatever it might be. So you see these stereotypically masculine males doing masculine things who then lecture men watching it why they need to vote for Harris to be good guys. That's basically what these commercials were. And that's not what males want to hear. Men do not want to be lectured. It doesn't matter who's lecturing. It doesn't matter if it's other men or manly men. It doesn't matter. They don't want to be lectured. They don't want to be told, you should vote for Harris or you're a bad person. You should vote for Harris because Trump is evil. That's not what you're supposed to be saying if you want to appeal to them. The undecided male voter is not going to be changing his mind because you're lecturing him and telling him how he can be a better person. The way you get the male vote of those who are undecided, who are kind of in the middle, is by explaining to them what Harris can do for them and why it will be better for them than what Trump's going to do for them. That's how you do it. You do it in a practical way. What they're going to gain for it. Why Harris is actually representing their interests better than Trump is. That's how. You don't lecture them that Trump is evil and racist and sexist and that if you could be one of the good guys if you vote for Harris. That does not work except to liberal males who are already voting for Harris. So you're preaching to the choir there. But the non-liberal male, the one who's in the middle or on the moderate right, you're not going to get him to switch sides or decide to vote for Harris by telling him that he should be one of the good guys. He should join the good males and do this. Don't be one of the toxic Trump males. Don't be a toxic MAGA guy who's a bad person. Don't be that bad person. Be the good person who votes for Harris. That message doesn't work. Tell me how many men you know who like to be scolded, who are convinced by scolding. How many? And then if you know any, I bet they're already on the left. Tell me how many males you know that are not on the left that you can scold into changing their mind. I bet you don't know any. But that's what they did. It's so strange. They couldn't figure it out. And I think part of the reason they couldn't figure it out is they didn't want to hear the truth. They actually had some commercials starting off with, hey, males, we know you've been vilified a lot lately. I'm like, oh, okay, they're kind of getting it. They're telling males, yeah, you've been vilified a lot and it's not fair. And I thought they're going to go from there saying, no, we actually like you and here's what we can do for you. No, it wasn't that. It was like, yeah, you've been vilified a lot and it's not fair, but hey, if you're one of the good ones, then you actually shouldn't be vilified. So vote for Harris and you won't be one of the males we vilify. I'm like, what? No, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. Now, it actually would be good to say white males and males in general have been vilified a lot and that it wasn't fair. This shouldn't have been done. And this is not going to be done under Harris. They could have said something like that. That may have convinced some people. But no, not saying, yeah, you've been vilified and, hey, as long as you're not one of the bad ones, then you won't be vilified anymore. Vote for Harris, they won't vilify you. They won't see you as evil like they currently do. That's not going to get votes. It's crazy. These commercials just did not understand independent and right-wing men. I think they were written by either women or left-wing men. It's very hard to write for a group that you're not part of and don't understand. Any commercial meant to appeal to males should be written by a male in the demographic they're trying to appeal to. And I'm not saying that males are better at this stuff. I'm saying that whatever group you're trying to appeal to, you should get that group to write it. That's what you should do. If you hired me to write something to appeal to conservative middle-aged men, I could do a damn good job. If you hired me to write to something that would appeal to liberal women, I would have a hard time because I'm not a liberal woman. So I could only go by what I think they would like to hear. But I would probably get some things wrong because I don't think like a liberal woman because I'm not a woman and I'm not liberal. So I would be the wrong one to hire to write such a commercial. So that's where they screwed up. It wasn't just the commercials. Just like the whole tone of the campaign wasn't getting it. When I was in school, I remember something one of the teachers told me which stuck with me. I even told it to Benjamin recently. The teacher said to me, and the whole class, not just to me personally, when you're studying for the test tonight, don't study the things you already know. Study the things you don't know very well. And I thought that's good advice. Because when you'd study for a test, you would tend to go over the things you understand really well so you feel good. And then you get to something you don't understand too well and you kind of just skim it and go, yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, okay, I'm sure I'll be fine. It starts to be intimidating to try to figure out the things you don't already know. And perhaps realize you don't understand it well and it's going to be some work that night to understand the material better. So they're basically saying just basically skip everything you already know and focus on what you don't know. And that's the best way to study for tests. And that's true. Well, same thing with political ads and the tone of your political campaign is it should be aimed at those who aren't going to vote for you, but might. Not at those who are going to vote for you no matter what. So you shouldn't aim it at those who would never vote for you, and you shouldn't aim it at those who are definitely going to vote for you. You have to aim it at those you're trying to get to vote for you, either to switch over or who just haven't decided yet. And that's not what Harris was doing. They were aiming everything at their existing base, and especially messing up with males of all races. And that's not discussed enough. They also underestimated the desire for a lot of people in the U.S. of wanting to return to common sense. So the right play here was not to defend all the policies that the Democrats have expressed over the last 4 years. This would be a good time, for example, for Kamala Harris to say, you know what? I support trans rights. I think trans people should be treated with respect. And I'm going to defend the rights of trans people very strongly and with a lot of vigor. But I agree that we've made a mistake with allowing biological males in women's sports. That's something that isn't fair. It harms women. It robs women of rightful titles. There's a huge difference in natural ability between males and females biologically. And biological males just should never be in women's sports. Sports should be separated by sex, not gender. And if she said that, that would have shut down a lot of the talking points from the right. And while this isn't a gigantic issue, it's an issue that shows that Democrats value left-wing theory over reality. And that makes voters nervous because they want leaders that are going to act with common sense. And when you have Democrats saying, oh, no, this is fine. No, these former males in women's sports that are crushing everyone, that are setting records all over the place, that are 4 times bigger than the natural girls on the field, it's fine. It's not unfair. You're transphobic if you think so. When you say that shit, the average middle-of-the-road voter goes, what the hell is that? Like, I can't trust you to make a logical decision if this is the way you feel. So it's not that the issue itself is so huge, it's what it represents. That you're demonstrating to the voter that you don't have common sense. So the way you combat that is you correct course, you say you changed your mind, and you shut it down. But they couldn't. So one of the most effective Trump commercials that aired through a lot of highly watched primetime programs and sporting events like the Baseball World Series, they ran it over and over. And the tagline was, Kamala Harris is for they, them. Donald Trump is for you. And before that, they showed a clip of Kamala Harris saying that she supported taxpayer-funded transition operations for prison inmates, which, of course, is a ridiculous position as well. That shouldn't be something that taxpayers pay for prisoners. So they played her saying that, and then they said Kamala Harris is for they, them, and they showed Rachel Levine and what was the guy? I'm forgetting his name now. Sam Brinton, the one who was stealing from the airport, who's like non-binary and has kind of a weird look. They showed the two of them as the they, them, and that said Donald Trump is for you, and they show him like with a family that looks very happy. So it's very effective because people watched this and said, you know what? It's true. Why is Kamala Harris saying that she wants taxpayers to fund gender transitions for inmates? And Donald Trump is the guy with common sense saying, no, fuck no, we're not doing that. That's crazy. I'm going to vote for the guy who seems to have common sense about this. I can't trust someone who thinks things like this. So one way to win back some of these voters would have been to just say, yeah, we may have supported it before, but upon further examination, that was wrong. And now we believe the same thing as the right does about this. Well, that kind of shuts it down. The most the right can say is, hey, we were right the whole way. And then Kamala can say, yeah, okay, fine. You were right about this. Fine. So upon further examination, we agree. That's it. There's not much you can say. It wasn't just that trans issue. I'm just saying that they wanted to concede nothing. They didn't want to concede they were wrong about the border. They just kept saying, oh, well, we tried to do it. We tried to pass a bill in 2024 and Republicans blocked it. And well, okay, yeah, but why didn't you do anything about it from 2021 through 2023? And they didn't have an answer for that because the truth was they had a terrible border policy and more people streamed across the border in those years by a very wide margin, by several times, than what came during the Trump years. And this was directly Biden's fault. By rolling back everything Trump did, the whole way that border was managed was a disaster. And of all things, Kamala Harris was tasked with handling the border. So of all people to be tasked with that, it was her. And they tried to distance that. They tried to lie and say she wasn't, but she was. That was what she was tasked to do. So instead of saying, yeah, we kind of messed up and we learned from it and we're going to do it better this time around, they just kind of tried to make people think either it didn't happen, the right is exaggerating, or just avoided the question. And people didn't like it. People felt they're not getting anything different if Kamala Harris comes in. Everything they're unhappy about for the past 4 years is going to continue or get worse. And with Trump, for all his issues, he's going to reverse a lot of the dumb shit. And we'll probably go back to something more resembling the happier times in the end of the 2010s. That's what people were thinking when they were voting Trump. So that's how they lost. It's pretty simple. There was just a complete lack of accountability, a complete lack of willingness to change any positions that were unpopular. And there's only so much you can do with your unpopular positions that defy common sense to be able to get over that and still win. Because you're going to just turn off too many people. And the main group that was being turned off were minority males that were formerly in the Democratic camp. And I've been saying for a while that the most lasting impact Trump is going to have on the Republican Party is the demographics. The Republican Party was headed for demographic extinction because the Hispanic population, which overwhelmingly voted Democrat, was rapidly growing. The white population in relation to the U.S. population was shrinking. And they were just getting a lesser and lesser share of voters as far as those who would be Republican. And it was looking like Texas was going to flip, and other states that they could count on were going to flip. And it was just going to become impossible for Republicans to win the presidency for a long time. And Trump broke through that. Trump changed the demographics of the Republican Party. Now the Republican Party not only has a lot more minorities in it, especially minority males, but also a lot more working class whites than before. Trump really attracted those groups. Working class whites and minority males. He did it better than any Republican in modern history, and now this is going to stick for a while. What this also changed is that for quite some time in my life, Republicans were seen as like the party of the rich people, and the Democrats were seen as the party of the working man and the downtrodden. And that's not true anymore. Now, the working man is more for Trump, more on the Republican side. And the Democrats are increasingly being seen as the party of out-of-touch, coastal, educated elites. So they're seeing their own demographic issues, that if they keep losing Hispanic voters at the rate they have been, the Democrats are going to have a hard time winning going forward. So they really need to alter course and start coming up with positions that, while somewhat resembling what they've always believed, include a lot more people, and stop basing this on an intersectional hierarchy of victims, because that's not going to work anymore. They really need to go become the party they were like 20 years ago. And I think that would appeal to a lot more people. Also, they're not going to have Trump to scare people with once he's out of office. So a lot of people voted against Trump just because they hate Trump. They think he's crazy. They think he's unhinged. They think he's not presidential. They're worried about what he's going to do. They're afraid he wants to be a dictator. There's a lot of people who still voted against Trump for that reason. And once he's gone and you have a more reasonable seeming politician in his place, which you will in 2028, well, then you're not going to have the downsides of Trump, but you're going to still have the upsides of what he brought, like the coalition he brought in of new voters are still going to be there. So the only way for the Democrats to stop this would be to reform their positions and who they represent and drop a lot of the extreme shit and tell the far left portion of their base, screw off, we don't need you. We don't want you, we don't need you. You don't want to vote for us? Fine. But you don't want to vote for Republicans because they're even worse. So you better still vote for us, but we're not going to let you run the ship anymore. That's it. They've got to go back to more common sense positions. The free speech thing's a big problem too. What was interesting is they asked in exit polls what the biggest issues people were voting for. And of course, inflation was one of them, but a lot of them also said democracy. And this made Democrats excited to hear because they thought, oh, democracy, like January 6th was an assault on democracy. So, okay, anyone who says democracy must be voting for Harris. But that turned out not to be true. A lot of people who said democracy were on the right. And some of that had to do with free speech. Some of them felt that there was a left-wing fascism rising in this country, aided by corrupt corporations. And, some of that isn't that far off. There was a lot of censorship. Remember during COVID, all the censorship? There's been a lot of censorship out there. Talking mainly through social media. But there's been a lot of suppression of dissent and free speech over the last several years. And that has come from the left, not the right. So a lot of people saying democracy are actually referring to things like that and actually voting for Trump. So the left should also go back to their support of free speech, which used to be a big hallmark of the Democratic Party, and then somehow that disappeared. Now you have Democrats explaining why free speech is bad, why we have to control it. So they need to really take a look. And there's the whole thing about the $1 billion that they spent on this campaign and still lost, and that's because they spent it stupidly. They were not spending it in a way that was going to appeal to the voters they needed to appeal to. You have to understand the base first. And I don't just mean their own base. I mean the base of voters, period. The base that they're trying to appeal to that may not vote for them. Okay, so that's why the Democrats lost. Let's take a call here. Caller, you're on the air.
Hi, Dan. I have a couple questions about your segment about the election.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. We're talking about it right now, so go ahead.
Okay, so do you think that I know I agree with you about the mail vote and everything, and I was wondering if you think that Kamala Harris's overemphasis on abortion hurt the mail vote, not necessarily because they disagree with her stance, but because they feel like there's more important things going on in the world. Okay,
that's an interesting question. By the way, who is this? Do you want to say your name?
Yeah, John.
John, okay, well, I would say yes and no to this. So the abortion issue did well for the Democrats in 2022, and that's why that red wave that was being talked about didn't happen. And outside of Florida, the Republicans had a very disappointing election because of the destruction of Roe versus Wade. And Republicans also did a poor job of explaining what that really meant. And the Democrats kind of ran them over with that and worked a lot of women up into a panic. And a lot of them voted against Republicans in that midterm election. And it did not go well for Republicans. So they believed that they could just trot out the same formula in 2024 and it would have the same impact. And it did not. Now, you are correct that males weren't that interested in that issue, and they could not make them interested in that issue. And I don't think that was the main reason they lost, because they were hitting a number of points. It's just none of these were very effective. The January 6th thing, if Trump wins, democracy's over. Well, nobody except for far left conspiracy weirdos believe that democracy is going to be over if Trump wins. So that's not going to get a lot of middle of the road voters to vote for Harris. All these attacks on Trump, people have heard this for so long. People have made up their mind about Trump a long time ago. So that wasn't going to really work. What they needed to do is show what Harris was going to do differently than Biden and what she was going to do for everybody, and she wasn't showing that. So that's why she lost. And the abortion thing just wasn't enough to make people vote for Harris. They probably did get some additional female votes because what they did find was the voters that were most affected by the abortion stuff, affected meaning as far as voting Democrat because of it, were middle-aged and older women, which is kind of surprising because they can't have kids, so they wouldn't be getting abortions anyway. But these women would remember back to when they were younger, when they knew they had the right to an abortion, and it upset them to think that the younger women might not have that access, and in some states they already don't. So this was an important issue to those women. The problem was this just didn't move enough votes in Harris's direction that they needed to move, and as you said, it didn't do anything at all for the male vote. And yeah, there were just so many different issues going on that Trump was able to win enough votes to counter that. So he did lose some votes thanks to the abortion thing, I believe. But a lot of these other issues moved votes the other way. The inflation issue, the border issue, and then just the general problem with being able to, not being able to appeal to men on the Harris side. And also just a lot of the left-wing trendy stuff that people were sick of. The DEI, the gender ideology, a lot of this people are just tired of, and they just want to be done with it. So the abortion was not strong enough by itself. And I think that plus January 6th, these two things were not important enough to most voters to say, hey, we're not going to vote Trump. Because, the January 6th thing, it was almost 4 years old. And the truth was, it was a few-hour ordeal, and then it was over. So while it was a disturbing ordeal, and while it wasn't good, it's not like the country got overthrown or something, and then they had to fight to get it back. This was a few hundred idiots that went in there with a protest. They didn't even know what to do. They got in there like, okay, what now? And they milled around and grabbed a few things. And so people were disturbed by it at the time, but 4 years later, you're not going to get much mileage out of it. So, they were focusing on dumb things that weren't going to really influence voters at a time they had a lot of concerns about real issues. So, yeah, you're definitely right on that part. And you're not going to win the election on abortion in January 6th alone.
Right. And my second question is really quickly is that, do you think anyone else besides Trump could have gotten the demographic shifts that he did? Like, for example, if you, let's say hypothetically speaking that Ron DeSantis won the Republican nomination, I honestly don't think he would have done as good as Trump did among Hispanic men. I really don't. I think this is a Trump type thing, but he offered a no tax on tips, and that when I was out in Vegas, that was playing like every 10 minutes. There's no tax on tips, no tax on tips, and I think that was one of the really big things that helped him, particularly in that state.
Yeah, it probably did, and he just had an appeal to Hispanic men. I think they liked his confidence and his just take charge sort of attitude, that they felt that they could relate to him a lot more than the Democratic side. And yes, I believe he uniquely did best with them of any candidate, though it is true that DeSantis did make a lot of inroads with Hispanics over there. Now, a lot of them are Cubans who are often right-wing anyway. But he did make a lot of inroads and in fact, won some counties that Republicans hadn't won in ages. So he still would have some capacity to do this. But as far as causing this big shift, that was uniquely Trump. And with what Trump brings to the table, it's going to naturally appeal to certain people like nobody else can, and also drive away certain people like nobody else can. So that was a mixed bag with him, where you would have groups that were very, very turned off by him, and ones that were open to him that normally wouldn't want to vote for a Republican. And then some of these people now have shifted in their entire politics because of their support of Trump. And so I think this will carry over when he's not the candidate in 28. And this is where the Democrats may have a problem, where you still have the Trump voters that he recruited, but you don't have the Trump issues that bring him down.
Right. I think J.D. Vance could do a very similar results among those voters if he ran.
Yeah, he could. He had there's some questionable things regarding him. I wasn't thrilled with the pick, but once he did the debate, I said, okay, he did a very good job with that debate. And then when he went on interviews and news shows, he had very good and quick answers to questions. He even went on shows hostile to him and answered very well. And I thought, okay, this is good. This is what they need. Someone like that to answer questions like this and debate well like this. So he actually turned out to be a pretty good pick, even though there was some doubt at the beginning. I even heard Trump had some doubt at the beginning that he kind of did this as a favor to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, and then was doubting it, was kind of annoyed. But then Vance redeemed himself, and he was really the first one to kind of turn things around. So I think that pick actually helped, whereas the Walz pick did nothing for Harris and, in fact, was a negative.
Right. I agree. Hey, thanks, Druff. I love the show, and keep up the good work.
All right. Thanks for calling.
Bye.
Okay, so now that we're here to the home stretch, let me just tell you some things I feel about Trump's term. Because so far you may say, okay, Druff, all you're doing is saying good things about Trump, and you're so biased, you're so partisan, and I imagine some of you probably aren't happy right now with this segment who are left of center. So you'll be a little happier when you hear this. Because I see some things out of Trump regarding his second administration which worry me. And keep in mind, the first administration, for the first 3 years especially, I was happy with. I thought he did a great job for the first 3 years. Great job. Very happy with it. Surprisingly happy. I had a lot of doubts about Trump in his first term when he was elected. I didn't even vote for him. I voted third party because I really didn't like Trump. And then I was impressed the first 3 years. Very impressed. The last year during COVID, he didn't handle the messaging well, so I had problems with the last year, but overall I was happy with his first term. And I was hoping we'd see kind of a continuation of that, maybe with more of a focus on making some more lasting change to some areas that need change, need some shaking up in government. And I heard the naysayers saying, oh, no, without having to be elected another time, now he's just going to go off the rails. He's not going to be subdued anymore. He's going to do crazy things. And I said, no, you're just exaggerating here. You're just overly worried here. Well, I do have to say that I'm seeing some things which are concerning me. So the cabinet picks, those worry me. Now, I'm going to put out a disclaimer here, and that is, in recent times, among both parties, there has entered a trend where cabinet picks are somewhat of a favor to those who help the candidate get elected. For example, why do you think Pete Buttigieg became the Secretary of Transportation? Is it because he has a lot of experience in the field? No, he has none. In fact, he admitted his entire qualifications were the fact that he liked trains when he was growing up and was always fascinated by them. Pete Buttigieg seems like a smart guy and is a good speaker, but he was not qualified for Secretary of Transportation, and he has not done a good job with it. But the reason he got that was because he did a favor to Biden during the 2020 campaign, because the Democrats were very worried that Bernie Sanders was going to be the nominee. He was the leader. It really looked like that's where they was going. So establishment Democrats got together and convinced everyone except for Elizabeth Warren to drop out and endorse Biden. And one of them was Pete Buttigieg. And basically they said to him, look, you're young, Biden's old, you have a long political career ahead of you, so you don't need to be president right now. So how about you drop out? You're not going to win this primary anyway, so how about you drop out, endorse Biden, let him beat Bernie, and then you'll get something on the back end. And what he got was that cabinet appointment, which is seen as a stepping stone to bigger things, perhaps, for Pete Buttigieg in the future. Now, he's going to have a problem, by the way, Pete Buttigieg, in ever becoming the Democratic nominee, because he has to win the black vote, and black voters notoriously do not like to vote for gay people. And that's a fact. You can look this up. This is not me being racist or stereotypical. This is just the truth, that black people do not like voting for gay people. So since black people make up such a large percentage, I think 25% of the Democratic voters, when you're getting 0 of that 25% in the primary, you're starting off way behind there, and it's hard to catch up in a crowded field. So I don't know if he'll ever overcome that, but it is true he speaks well, and he can come off as a moderate when he's really not. But he got that appointment as a favor for dropping out and endorsing Biden. That's 100% why he got it. If you think he got it for any other reason, you're naive. And there were other appointments who weren't cabinet appointments, but were still appointments that were done for a reason other than qualification. Under Biden, there were appointments that were done for demographic reasons. Rachel Levine, who was born a man and transitioned, was the Assistant Secretary for Health and was appointed by Biden 2 months into the term. And Rachel Levine was not qualified. It had nothing to do with being trans. Well, a little bit, because Rachel Levine was a trans activist and was very, very biased in that subject. And that's not good to have as someone who's Assistant Secretary for Health. But also, Rachel Levine did a lot of bad things, such as was one of the idiots who mandated that COVID-positive people were put into nursing homes, which then got the most vulnerable segment of the population sick and killed a lot of people. Levine wasn't the only one to do this, but everyone who did this was a Democrat. Levine was one of them, but the worst thing was, realizing the danger of this, Levine then took their own mother out of one of these nursing homes, knowing that this policy is going to kill patients there. Can you believe that? Can you believe what a freaking hypocrite? That everybody else's mom and dad is unimportant, but their mom is? So that's who was appointed to Assistant Secretary of Health months later. Crazy. So this was done not as a favor, but it was done so Biden can say, hey, look at me, I'm appointing a trans person to a very high position. And similar reasons for why Sam Brinton was appointed to the Office of Nuclear Energy as the first non-binary person to have such a position, when there were a lot of red flags about him. And this is before he was even figured out about his crimes at the airports. That was discovered later. But there were a lot of things about this guy that looked bad. A lot of things that pointed to him being a weirdo that you don't want to appoint to a position that's important. And it's not about him being gay or him dressing up like a woman. I'm not talking about that part. I'm saying there was a lot of weird things about him that should have been a red flag. And sure enough, the dude ends up stealing women's suitcases in airports for sexual thrills. That's the only reason he was doing it. So there's a lot of appointments that go on that aren't for the purest of reasons. And unfortunately, Trump made a lot of these. He made a lot of appointments that were favors. They weren't for demographic reasons, like what I was just discussing with Biden, but they were favors, similar to what Pete Buttigieg got under Biden. Except Trump did a lot more of them. And the problem is when you have cabinet positions that are filled with person after person who doesn't really have the qualifications, then you're already handicapping your administration up front. And basically, most of his cabinet selections are people that are loyalists to him, that were appointed just because they have supported him the whole way, and that he figures that they're not going to turn on him. Because he did have a problem during the first administration that he had different ideas than a lot of the people he appointed, especially to the cabinet, and then he ended up having to fire them, and then they were very bitter and criticized him on the way out. So one of the points that Democrats love to throw in Republicans' faces was that, look, most of the people that Trump appointed hate him and say he's not fit for office. So how can anyone vote for him? And my answer to that was, well, it's personal because he fired them. So, of course, they hate him. But the truth is, he did appointed people that were not likely to get along with him or see things the same way as him. And then he would clash with them, and then it would be a disaster. So I don't even fault him for putting people in who were much more likely to go along with his agenda. Because why appoint someone that's going to fight with you? If you know they're going to fight with you, if you know they're not going to agree with you, if you know they're going to do things that you don't want them to do, why would you appoint them, even if they are capable? So ideally, you want to appoint someone who's qualified, but also isn't going to get in the way of what you want to do. But unfortunately, that's not really what happened. So he did appoint people who were loyal to him, but there's a lot of appointments that are marginal or bad to these cabinet positions. So there are some that are okay. Marco Rubio to Secretary of State. Marco Rubio definitely is not a Trump ass-kisser. He famously was referred to as Little Marco by Trump during the 2016 campaign. He eventually came around to support Trump just because he had to from a political standpoint, but he by no means is like a MAGA guy, so that's fine. You know, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, I have no problem with. And Susie Wiles, she was very much behind the scenes. She was one of the big factors of defeating Ron DeSantis in the primary behind the scenes. She once worked with him, or worked for him. But she's a very smart woman, and for Chief of Staff, I think that she'll be very competent. Some of these others, though, are very questionable. So, of course, there was, and this is now moot because he's resigned from the appointment, but Matt Gaetz was appointed as Attorney General before, he withdrew, and then Pam Bondi got it. But Matt Gaetz was definitely not the right one to appoint. And not just because of his scandals. He just was someone who didn't really have the qualifications. But even ignoring the lack of qualifications, I mean, he had a big scandal that was following him, and that was the allegation that in 2017, he was attending these wild parties, which was full of hookers, including some underage hookers, had sex with some of these hookers, maybe or maybe not some of the underage ones, and that he did a lot of drugs there, too, at these parties. And this is not who you want to appoint to Attorney General. And at minimum, like, some of this is true. What's kind of in doubt in some ways is, like, did he have sex with underage girls? Did he know they were underage? What did he do once he found out they weren't? And it kind of seems from the way this is shaken out that he probably didn't know that the girls were underage, that he was attending these parties that were thrown by this friend named Joel Greenberg. And Greenberg knew they were underage, and he's the one who was hiring these prostitutes. Again, some were of age, some were not, but they were all young. And so Matt Gaetz just thought he was going to these parties to do drugs and have sex with young hookers, and he didn't realize that some were underage hookers. And apparently there were two that he took a liking to and kept seeing after that, but then one of them he realized was 17. So he cut off contact until she turned 18, and then he started associating with her again. So calling him a pedophile isn't fair, because he was not looking for underage girls. And I guess the one that was 17 was lying about her age and even had a fake ID. So this is one of these things that he should have checked more carefully. And also just, you don't go to parties with hookers and drugs when you want a career in politics. Especially you don't become Attorney General if that's what you had done 7 years ago. So it looks like that, yes, he attended these parties, and yes, had sex with hookers there, and yes, probably one of them was underage, but he didn't know, and when he found out, he stopped talking to her until she was 18. So it's not fair to call him a pedophile, but did he make a lot of bad decisions? Yes. Did he do some things that were illegal? Yes. Should he be Attorney General? Absolutely not. And also, this is someone who's just been very controversial for the sake of being controversial. He has angered a lot in the Republican Party and has just been very uncompromising and obnoxious, even with his own colleagues. I've never been a fan of Matt Gaetz. I don't like him. He's the type of person I don't like in the Republican Party. I wish that type would go away. So definitely you don't appoint him to something like Attorney General. Now, there is a belief that this was done on purpose with the belief it would fail, because this allowed him to resign from Congress immediately with dignity and not resign because he's being investigated, and then say it was for that, and then not get confirmed, and then say, oh, well, I didn't get confirmed, but I already resigned for Congress, so oh, well. Like, it looked like that was probably more of the plan, except he withdrew earlier because of all the controversy that was being pressed over this. So they didn't even want to take it to the confirmation process, that for sure he wasn't going to make it through. But okay, maybe we can say that one was some kind of weird favor where Trump knew it was never going to go through, so it wasn't a real cabinet appointment. The replacement, Pam Bondi, that one's fine. She doesn't really have much scandal surrounding her. She does have the qualifications. She was Attorney General of Florida for 7 years, I believe, 7 or 8 years, and she wasn't really in much controversy there, and most of the controversy was kind of minor, like over campaign finance crap, which nobody cares about. So that's fine. I have no issue with that appointment. RFK Jr., that's one of the more controversial ones, the second most controversial after Gates. There are some good things he wants to do. The fact that he wants to clean up the food that people are eating in the U.S. is not a bad thing, provided it's done correctly. Because there are a lot of additives and chemicals and other bad things in the food we eat that would not be allowed in other countries. So when a lot of the things that are done here are outlawed in Europe, you have to say, okay, maybe Europe is doing it right. Maybe Europe has a point. You can't say RFK is crazy if he wants to do what Europe is already doing regarding this. And if this is contributing to issues, health issues that Americans are having, if this is contributing to obesity or contributing to cancer or other possible issues, even if these things are making food cheaper and easier to produce, it pays to look at and say, hey, maybe we should go to the standards that more resemble Europe. I'm not saying Europe is constantly right. There's a lot I don't agree with what Europe does, but with some things they are right. And you can't say anything is too extreme if the European countries are already doing it. And again, I'm not saying we should copy them. I'm saying that you can't just dismiss it as nutty things. So that's worth looking at, and that's not crazy that he's interested in that. Now, you have to be careful. You can't overly ban things that are being done presently as far as food production and as far as farming, because then you're going to start having food shortages. Then you're going to have prices skyrocketing. So there has to be a middle ground where you look at the impact that these new policies would have, and then if the impact is going to be too much, then tone them down or don't do them at all. Even if ideally we would change some things to make everyone more healthy. So it's not just do whatever's going to make us most healthy and damn the cost. Well, not damn the cost, because people have to pay for food. You don't want the price of food to skyrocket because of these changes. So yes, it should be looked at, but not just changed without question. And I'm a little afraid some of these things will be changed without question. Then there's also the vaccine issue. It is true that vaccines sometimes cause harm. It is true that vaccines that are not tested over a long period of time will cause even more harm, like the COVID vaccine. I understand why we took it so quickly without testing it for years, because it was urgent to take right then. But that did give up a lot of the safety of that vaccine, because there was a lot that wasn't known yet. And indeed, it was less safe than was portrayed. Not as bad as a lot of right-wingers say, but it also wasn't as safe as a lot of the left says, and I've covered that before. There's also some vaccines that are being pushed on people unnecessarily. I talked about this during the video show. Every time I go to the doctor, they try to push the shingles vaccine on me because I'm over 50. The problem is I've already had shingles when I was 38, and I cannot find any reliable data that taking the shingles vaccine will do me any good, but yet it's a pretty unpleasant vaccine that is kind of hard to tolerate for a lot of people. Additionally, there's some risk with it. Not a lot, but there's some risk with it, like with any vaccine. So if there's very little for me to gain from taking it as someone who already had shingles, why would I go through that? Why would I go through the unpleasantness of the side effects from the vaccine or risk from the vaccine? Why would I do that if it's not even clear I'm going to get any gain from it as someone who already had shingles? Now, if I hadn't had shingles, I would get the vaccine. I would have had it already at age 50. But because I had shingles already, I think I have about the same chance of getting shingles again as someone who hasn't had it yet and got the vaccine. So I have natural immunity. It's not quite simple because it's shingles. It's not quite an immunity thing because it's more about a virus that's already sitting in your body that activates. But still, the vaccine prevents you from getting shingles, and having shingles previously prevents you, in most cases, 96% of the time, from ever getting it again. But yet they're telling me get the shingles vaccine, and I say, well, I already had shingles. Oh, get it anyway, they say. Well, no, I don't want to. And in fact, I argued with a doctor about this who was telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. But I do know what I'm talking about. I've researched this carefully. I can't see any compelling data that vaccine is going to help me. And I've personally witnessed people taking that vaccine and having a very hard time with it. So there should be some better information put out about vaccines. It needs to be very clear before people take vaccines how common the side effects are, how unpleasant it will be, what benefit you get from it, what benefit you won't get from it, what risks there really are. Let people be really informed. Don't just say, oh, take this, we know this is good for you. And I feel there's not enough informing about the downsides with vaccines. But don't take me as an anti-vaxxer because I'm not. Because vaccines are the reason that you don't see people with measles or the mumps anymore, or many other diseases that have been basically knocked out by vaccines. That not only don't you get them personally, but you don't see them at all because the vaccines create a herd immunity. And if the vaccine usage goes down, then some of these can come back. And in fact, this happened in 2010 with pertussis, also known as whooping cough. This came back because of an anti-vax movement where parents did not want to vaccinate their kids from whooping cough. And it came back, and a number of babies died because if babies catch it, they usually die. So a record number of babies, record meaning like a recent record, not overall record, but since there was the vaccine for pertussis, the number of babies dying from pertussis was almost zero. And then it hit a modern high in 2010 because of the anti-vax movement. And that's bad. So established vaccines that have been here for decades and that people have tolerated well and that have done a lot of good, you shouldn't be staying away from them. Anything that there's a lot of data, decades and decades of data of all the positives and where the negatives are minimal or almost zero, those should all definitely be taken. And not taking them can be very damaging to society, especially if there's a big movement to not. So hopefully RFK Jr. is not going to go too big on the whole anti-vax thing. There's a lot of paranoia, oh, vaccines are going to be illegal, you won't be able to get them. That's bullshit. That's not going to happen. But might he interfere with the vaccination process and do some wacky things regarding vaccine availability and recommending vaccines and schools requiring vaccines and things like that? Yeah, he might, and it may not be good. So again, this has to be done very carefully with an extreme eye to the potential consequences. Then you had Elise Stefanik, who got UN ambassador. You know, she's not really qualified for that, but, you know, it's just UN ambassador, so it's not all that important. The truth is the UN is becoming less and less useful to the U.S., and in fact, they have been acting more and more against the U.S. interests, and the UN has been against Israel a lot in this whole Israel-Gaza situation. So I've lost respect for the UN decades ago, but especially now. So I don't really care about a UN ambassador. Then you shouldn't either. Tom Homan for border czar, I think, is good. He's a no-nonsense guy. He's going to want to change everything radically with the way the border is being handled, and that's what's needed. Pete Hegseth was a controversial one for defense secretary. Now, he does have military experience. He does have 2 decades of military experience. He earned the rank of major. He does not have any experience running a huge organization like the Department of Defense, so that's one strike against him. He does seem like an intelligent guy. There's a lot of strikes against him in the media about being a Fox and Friends host, but who cares? Just because he's a Fox and Friends host doesn't make him unqualified. He may not get confirmed because there's some scandal surrounding him, the sexual harassment scandal, which doesn't really affect his ability to do the job, but now he may not get confirmed. That wasn't a wonderful pick, but at the same time, the Department of Defense under Biden was a disaster. Look at what happened with the Afghanistan withdrawal. There's a lot of different fails that occurred under the prior Secretary of Defense, who seemed on paper to be qualified. Also, Hegseth is a young guy. He's younger than me, whereas the current Secretary of Defense is very old. So, bringing some younger people in is good. You don't want to bring old people into these cabinet positions. Even if they are qualified on paper, they don't have the energy and in some cases the mental capacity to do what they once could do. Anyway, he may not get confirmed. Linda McMahon for Secretary of Education, I don't understand that. I don't understand why the wife of Vince McMahon would get that appointment. I mean, she was a professional wrestler at one time. I know she was the administrator of the Small Business Administration from 2017 to 19. But Secretary of Education is more important than that. And I don't really see any indication that she has qualifications for that. Now, I will say that there really needs to be a lot of reform in education in the United States. Trump actually wants to do away with the Department of Education, which panics some people, but that doesn't mean you're just doing away with education or you're doing away with oversight of education. You're doing away with a federal office that can just cause hassle for the states that are trying to educate the kids. So it's more kicking education more to the states than it already is, which it already is mostly the domain of the states. There's an incorrect belief that the federal government controls education, and it really doesn't. It's really a state thing. So there is a Department of Education, but the states have much more power over education than the federal government, and a lot of times the federal government will get in the states' ways, and it's also happen at the college level. So removing the Department of Education is not really a bad thing, though it can give power to individual states to do some wacky things, actually both on the left and right, similar to the removal of Roe versus Wade on the abortion front. So I don't know if removing the Department of Education is correct. I would be more for reforming the Department of Education. Trump did express some ideas about changing education at the college level, which I actually agree with. There's a lot of schools that get federal funding. Most of them do. I'm not saying that's their primary funding, but they do get some federal funding. Most schools do. I'm talking about public schools, even private schools. And yet, these colleges have become extremely ideologically intolerant. They're basically left-wing propaganda factories. And I'm not exaggerating. They really are. In fact, even when I went to college 35 years ago, I ran into that, but to a much lesser extent than today. And this occurs in hiring, too. If you try to get hired as a professor at a university these days and you admit you're on the political right, they're not going to hire you. You have to pretend you're not, get established, get entrenched with tenure, then you can come forward and say, okay, yeah, I'm on the right and you can't fire me. But there really is a monolithic left-wing agenda at college campuses everywhere in the U.S. And it's just kind of been accepted that's the way it is. And I know it's not a new thing, but it's getting worse than ever now. And Trump brought up the point, and very fairly, why should the federal government be funding this? Like, if a private school wants to act this way, fine. It's a private school. If it's not taking federal money, it's not taking government money, it just wants to operate and be a left-wing propaganda center, then okay, let it. But if they're taking federal money, there should not be this ideological discrimination where only those who are on the political left get hired and where there's persecution of students who don't parrot left-wing talking points. And there really is. So he was talking about removing federal funding from schools that do this. And I agree. So that's the type of idea I think is fair and good. You can't just say, well, it's always been this way. No point to change it. It is good to have a president who's willing to challenge norms as long as it's done intelligently and with common sense. And I think everybody can agree here. There's no reason that universities should be a hotbed of left-wing activism that goes all the way to the top. It's one thing if the students are left-wing activists, but the faculty should not be 98% left-wing. There should not be a hiring bias against those with certain political views if they're taking federal funding. There shouldn't be. So you can't just say, well, that's always been the way it is. Since I've been alive, these universities have always been on the left. Well, okay, well, why? Why should that be okay? Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, don't understand that one. She fell out of favor with the Republican Party because of her book that she stupidly released when she was hoping to be picked as Trump's VP. She stupidly released a book where she talked about shooting her dog. And that did not go over well with people. And she quickly fell out of favor. But she was a Trump loyalist the whole way. And even though Trump kind of distanced himself a little bit from her during all that, once he got elected, he's like, okay, she's been good to me, so she's Secretary of Homeland Security. She does not really have the qualifications for that. Again, this is just someone getting an appointment because they were loyal to Trump and he likes that. Now, the good thing is that since Corey Lewandowski, who's been involved with the Trump campaigns both in 16, 20, and even in 24, he apparently had an affair with Kristi Noem, who cheated on her husband to have sex with Corey Lewandowski. And I'll give Kristi Noem this. Corey Lewandowski is not a good-looking guy. And Kristi Noem is very attractive, especially for her age. So at least she's not one of those women who's shallow about looks. But, yeah, apparently she had sex with Corey Lewandowski. So I guess they can kind of reunite here if they're both part of the Trump administration, though Corey hasn't been given anything. Lee Zeldin, EPA administrator, there's been some controversy about that, but I don't really see it. I don't understand it because he's not someone who's extreme against environmental regulations. In fact, he has sided with Democrats in some cases regarding environmental regulation. So, if anything, the right should be unhappy about this. So I don't see anything wrong with appointing him to EPA administrator. So anyway, I'm not going to go through them all. There's a lot of these appointments that either I don't have much of an opinion on or there's not that much to say. Oh, one more thing I want to touch on for sure. The Department of Government Efficiency, a new department, which is called Doge, like Dogecoin, D-O-G-E, Department of Government Efficiency. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have been appointed to this. And basically, they are tasked with making government efficient, cutting out government waste, and firing those who are useless. Now, is that a good idea? Yes. For all the criticism that Elon Musk has received regarding the way he has run Twitter, which is now called X, for all the criticism, I will tell you, as a very frequent user of Twitter, and you've seen me on there, you see how much I tweet, I'm definitely someone who can speak to how the platform runs. He has not only improved Twitter, but he has done so by also removing 80% of the staff. So not only did he cut 80% of the staff that was useless, but he actually made it better in the process for the average user. Now you might be saying, wait a minute, I heard it's like a Nazi right-wing hate site now. No, it's not. The previous regime of Twitter was awful, and I experienced this myself. They were extremely biased in who would get suspensions. And some people would not get suspended when they would do very bad things, and others would get suspended over ridiculous things, including yours truly. I'll give you an example. I don't want to get into too much of a tangent here, and my throat's hurting. I've been on the air forever here, but Brianna Wu, you can look up this person. It's a transgender person who is a game developer. Brianna Wu jumped on this Gamergate thing 10 years ago and was posturing as someone who is persecuted in the gaming community and the gaming industry for being a woman. Well, first problem right here. Brianna Wu was born a man. Everybody who didn't like Brianna Wu knew that Brianna Wu was transgender. So if Brianna Wu was being persecuted, it wasn't for being a woman. And Brianna was even asked, is it possible that they are giving you a hard time and doing the things you're alleging because you're transgender? And Brianna said back very dishonestly, no, it's because I'm a woman. Now, why would Brianna say that? Well, because in 2014, all the transgender ideology hadn't really taken hold yet. So at that point, believe it or not, you would get more attention for being a persecuted biological woman in gaming than a persecuted trans person in gaming. So you say, hey, I'm a woman and the male gamers are being jerks and are persecuting me and harassing me, that's going to get a lot of sympathy in 2014. If you say, hey, I'm a transgender male to female who's getting persecuted for that, people are going to go, yeah, whatever. Like that was 2014 for you. So today it'd be very different. But 10 years ago, that's the way it was. So Brianna Wu just didn't ever mention being transgender. And when it was asked, would very quickly dismiss away the question, say, oh, no, it's not that. Okay, anyway, let's go on here. So Brianna Wu basically manufactured persecution during this Gamergate 10 years ago where women in gaming were coming forward and claiming they were being persecuted and asking you to give them money. The problem was every single high-profile woman in gaming who did this turned out to be a scammer of some sort. I'm not saying there were no persecuted women in gaming. I'm saying the high-profile ones were all scammers and liars of some sort. And Brianna Wu was one of them. So Brianna Wu just basically made up a whole persecution story that wasn't happening and actually postured like she was a biological woman and got tons of money donated to her for that. So what does this have to do with Twitter? Well, Brianna Wu eventually ran for Congress and ran as a Democrat against the established Democratic congressman that was in that district. So I'm reading article after article about Brianna Wu, who was running for Congress a few years after all this Gamergate stuff. And I'm seeing no mention about being transgender. Now, you've probably seen all the bathroom controversy recently that Rep. Nancy Mace is claiming that she does not want a transgender congressperson who just got elected to use the women's bathroom. So had Brianna Wu won that primary and then won the seat, Brianna would have been the first transgender congressperson in U.S. history. That would have been a big deal, right? So you would think the articles about Brianna Wu running for Congress there would mention that would be the first transgender congressperson ever. But guess what? That was not mentioned in one article. Every single article talked about Brianna Wu being a woman in gaming who was persecuted, but never once mentioned that Brianna was trans. And I'm like, how can this not be covered for a congressional candidate? So I very politely, on Twitter, asked Brianna Wu, in response to one of Brianna's tweets, why do you never mention that you're trans in these interviews regarding your bid for Congress? Why do you seem to be covering this up? That's all I said. I didn't make any hateful comments. I didn't say anything bad about trans people. I didn't say anything bad about Brianna other than this weirdness with covering up the trans thing. That's all I asked. And I was asking this of a congressional candidate. So I definitely have a right to ask that. This is not just a private person that I'm butting into. This is someone running for Congress. It's a very good question to ask. Why are you never talking about being trans when this would be historic if you got elected? Why are you hinging your identity upon being a persecuted woman when you weren't born a woman? I didn't even ask that part, but that's part of it. I got suspended from Twitter for this. I was suspended and told that I have to certify that I will never do this again. I have to click a form there that I'm certifying I will never do this ever again. They showed my tweet and said I have to certify I will never engage in this hate speech ever again, or I will be permanently banned from Twitter. So I certified it. What can I do? I wanted to keep my account. So that was it. I couldn't ever question Brianna Wu ever again, because the most polite of polite questions got me suspended. And by the way, I tried to appeal it. Appeal denied. So my options were, promise I'll never do anything bad like that ever again. Don't ever ask a congressional candidate who's trans why they're not saying they're trans. Promise I'll never do that again and I can come back. But you know what? I had people on Twitter who doxed me, who threatened me with violence, and I reported them, and guess what happened? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. And that was not just my experience. That was the experience of many people I know, that they were suspended or banned for the slightest violation that would offend someone on the left, even things that were a non-violation like what I did. But when really bad things are done to them, nothing's done. That was the old Twitter regime. I experienced it personally. And I swear that's what happened. So under Elon Musk, this bullshit doesn't go on anymore. People are a lot more free to say what they want. So, yeah, there's offensive stuff up there written by white supremacists and things like that, but there's also extreme stuff written by people on the left that's also allowed. So it's more of just a free platform, whereas before, it was only free on one side. And he's doing this with 20% of the staff. So definitely Elon Musk coming into Twitter and cutting off 80% of the fat, or shall I say 100% of the fat that made up 80% of the entire company, was very effective and efficient. And you might say, well, wait a minute, I heard that Twitter is struggling and that it's making nowhere near the money the previous regime made. So obviously he's mismanaging it. No. What happened was, as soon as he took over, there was a media campaign that basically put out that Twitter is now a hate site and that anyone who advertises there is supporting a hate site. So corporations understandably got scared and ran off. So now the advertisers there are not very large and don't pay very much money. And the big advertisers who are very lucrative to have there are not there anymore because they were scared away. They were scared away by the media. I'm not kidding. That's what I watched it happen. It happened all at once. It wasn't that they're slowly peeling away. Most of them vanished all at once when this propaganda was put out that Twitter is full of white supremacists and it's a hate site. That's just not fair. It's not true. So that's why it's not making as much money anymore. But that has nothing to do with the cutting of staff. So let's go back to the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. I do believe that Elon Musk could very much do a competent and good job at cutting a lot of the fat out of government. And we all know there's tons of waste in government, tons of waste. In fact, it's become a joke in many cases where people talk about the inefficiency and bureaucracy of government. So I think it's great to have an office that is dedicated to making government more efficient. And yeah, this was a favor to Elon and Vivek for supporting Trump. But I think that they have the capability to do a good job. Now, here's my concern, though. I do have a concern. When you are cutting government employees and government departments, you have to be very careful that you are not breaking anything. You can't just cut for the sake of cutting. You can't just haphazardly go around and go, this seems wasteful. Get rid of this. This seems like it has too many employees. Cut 80% of them. Okay, move on next. You can't just do that because you may interfere with important government services and the country will suffer for it. Sometimes the citizens will directly suffer when they can't get the services they need, or it's a huge pain in the ass, or the huge wait, whatever. And there's indirect suffering, too, where just government departments are just not properly staffed, and then when it comes up that they're needed, they can't do the job. So this has to be done extremely carefully. There has to be a huge undertaking, because there's so many different government departments. There's no way Elon and Vivek can do this on their own, even if they spent all day and all night on it. So there has to be a very thoughtful and careful analysis of each department and what should be cut, what should not be cut, and they shouldn't be looking to cut as much as they can. You don't have to trim the fat to where there's no fat left, because the problem is then you're going to start cutting things that are not fat, and you're going to screw it all up. So this is a thing that would be very nice to see, and of course it can carry over for future administrations. But it's something, if done wrong, will make things worse. So we don't want to make things worse in the name of saving money for the government. We want to change the culture of the government where it's not as bureaucratic and it's not as full of fat with people that are unnecessary to do the. You don't want to have 5 people doing the job of one person, which exists in a lot of government departments. You don't want a situation where people at these government offices are so used to not working that they do 3 hours of work in a 40-hour work week. And this really does happen. I'm not exaggerating. You want people who are working for the government to work as hard as they would in industry. And if their level of effort would get them fired in industry, then they should be fired from government. And that has to be looked at. And I can tell you, I know people who work in government, and they've told me how hard it is to fire people who work in government that aren't doing a good job. I was once told that the government doesn't fire people, they just shift people around. So if someone's messing up at their job, they just kind of move them to a different department. So that needs to end. They need to just cut the people who are not being useful. They need to have department sizes that make sense, that aren't too small, that aren't too large. But if you don't do it right, you can really screw things up. So I'm a little worried they're going to screw things up. They're just going to cut for the sake of cutting, and that's going to be that. Dr. Mehmet Oz, better known as just Dr. Oz. I mean, John Fetterman owes his career to Dr. Oz because he probably would have lost to anybody else because Fetterman was in very bad shape. He's improved. He's actually lucid now. I'm surprised. But at the time, he was looking pretty out of it after the stroke. The only reason he won was because Dr. Mehmet Oz was seen as a carpetbagger and was seen as just this slick TV guy that nobody trusted in Pennsylvania. But again, Dr. Mehmet Oz was a big Trump supporter. He was Trump's guy. That's why he got to run against Fetterman. And he shouldn't be directing Medicare and Medicaid. And by the way, Medicare and Medicaid need some reform. There's a lot of fraud that takes place with Medicare and Medicaid. And very poor handling of fraud. In fact, again, not direct personal experience, but a very close relative of mine had direct personal experience, and that would be my mom. Now, this is before my mom was eligible for Medicare or Medicaid. But her mom, who was alive at the time, this was in the late 90s, was indirectly the victim of Medicare fraud. that all these fake tests were being billed to Medicare, and then my mom was receiving these bills. My grandmother at that time was very out of it and wasn't capable of reading these herself, but my mom was reading them and saying, wait a minute, she's not getting these tests. This is fraud. And my mom collected all of the evidence and wanted to bring it to them to prove that these testing facilities were billing for tests they didn't do, and in fact she even got copies of the results of these tests, and they didn't match any of the numbers that my grandmother had just tested elsewhere 6 months beforehand. It was smoking gun proof that this was all fraud. And she had it all packaged up for them, and they were not interested. They basically told her, find large-scale fraud and we'll look into it. Just your mom, even if you can prove it, we don't want to hear it. And of course, this wasn't just against her mom. This was the whole facility, I'm sure, was corrupt. But of course, my mom only had evidence of what was happening to her mom. She couldn't get other patients' information. So that type of shit needs to be fixed. There's a lot that needs to be fixed in Medicare, including the fraud, which has become a huge problem and a huge waste of taxpayer dollars. And I even saw this in the 90s. My mom showed me and told me all about it. So I don't see Dr. Mehmet Oz doing any of that. He's just a performer. So I don't trust him with anything. So these are the type of appointments I don't like. There's too many of them. I also think that while Trump has the desire to make a lot of changes, what he calls the deep state and the swamp that he is looking to dismantle. And in some ways, he's got a good point. In some ways, there are some things that need to change. There are some long, corrupt institutions and procedures that are in government that people have just kind of accepted that's the way things are. And Trump's basically saying, no, this is not going to be the way things are going forward, and we're going to correct a lot of this stuff. And that's noble. That's good. But again, you have to be careful about doing too much too fast. You can say what you'd like to do, but you can't do so much that you can do harm by overcorrecting. And that's what I'm afraid might happen. There might be overcorrections or reckless corrections going on. And it can be one of these situations where the cure is worse than the ailment. So sometimes it's a lot better to change a few things that are in desperate need of reform and do it right than change a ton of things and get them all wrong and just make things worse. So that's my concern. My concern is not that Trump is going to do things I disagree with on the surface or in concept, but that it'll be implemented incorrectly or haphazardly or by people who are not qualified to do it. That's my concern. I hope I'm wrong, but that's my concern. I also have a concern that we might have what I call the mandate problem, and that is when an administration comes in and believes that they have more support from the people than they really do, and then they start doing too many extreme things that most of the people probably wouldn't want. And this happens on both sides, and this is how you lose the next election when you do that. So sometimes losing is what allows you to come back down to earth and act more sensibly. And if you just keep winning, or believe that you're going to keep winning, then you start doing more and more stupid and extreme things. And then you lose, and then you kind of have to force yourself back down to earth again. And I think that's actually what might be happening to the Democrats here. We'll see if they actually follow through with it. But they're kind of having to look at their policies and what they've been standing for and say, you know, this didn't work this time. So what are we going to do next? And especially with all of Trump's flaws, we couldn't beat him. So what's going to happen in 28 when we don't have Trump to go against? But the Republicans, I'm afraid there might just be too much done. And if it's not done well, people are really not going to like it. So really my concern is too much too fast. But at the same time, I will be happy to see some changes that Trump purports he wants to bring. The changes to the border, the fighting of the rise of the gender ideology, the DEI, all these recent left-wing ideas that are very unpopular and stupid. The return of free speech. He's pledged to not only try to encourage free speech again everywhere, but also to punish any government institution that is trying to collude with social media to pressure them into suppressing free speech. I think that's great. I think what the government was doing with pressuring social media to, quote, censor misinformation was disgusting and anti-American. So I'm very much for that sort of change. So there's a lot of changes I would like to see in this government, and Trump has expressed the desire to make a lot of these changes, and that's encouraging. But again, it has to be done right, and he can't try to do too much at once, because these are things that have to be done correctly, or you can make the whole thing even worse than it currently is. So I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Also, sometimes with these cabinet appointments that are of people who aren't very qualified, sometimes if they have qualified people under them, it runs better than you think. Where if they just kind of can operate with common sense and defer to those who know better below them and then just make upper level decisions, then things can be okay. You don't have to have tremendous qualifications in these fields to make the right decisions. If you put me in any of these cabinet positions, number one, I would not have the qualifications. But, number two, I could probably do a reasonably good job because I would study what I need to know there. I would learn things from those under me. And I would use common sense in my decisions. So I would make better decisions than some who are much more qualified because I would try to make them with common sense rather than trying to further some kind of ideology. So sometimes the paper qualifications in these type of positions are not as important as it appears. Sometimes just someone who has the desire to learn where they've been appointed and defer to those who know more when it comes to learning about whatever is the current topic being discussed, and then making a sensible high-level decision that you're running by others as well, you can end up doing a great job even without any relevant experience.
And the use of AI, Druff. That's, it's a technology revolution right now, and these old government workers are certainly not going to jump on and leverage these things. So somebody newer and more savvy, I think, would be help out in a lot of areas.
Yeah, the AI sometimes scares me when I see the mistakes it makes. And I was even playing with ChatGPT, and I was trying to have it come up with a strategy for a certain card game, not poker, but a certain card game that I play on an app. And I described the game. And it seemed like a perfect thing for an AI to come up with. And it actually spit out a strategy which, while kind of simple and I didn't learn much from it, at least it seemed pretty solid. So I said, okay, well, let's do a fake game here. So, I told it, shuffle a deck and then play it out and tell me the way you play it. And then tell me your score. And I couldn't believe the dumb mistakes it made. It got like the worst score possible on the first try. And then on the second try, it was breaking the rules of the game, though it knew the rules. So I'm like, wait a minute, how did you do this? This is against the rules. And it says, oh, you are correct. Yes, I did break that rule there. Yes, I guess I couldn't make that move. I'm like, wait a minute, am I teaching like a 5-year-old or an AI that's supposed to logically figure these things out? So I was very disappointed with that whole effort. And I've seen a lot of weird mistakes from these AIs. It's like the 2020s AI revolution is so strange because it can do things that I didn't think would be possible in my lifetime. Not just in the 2020s, but I mean like my lifetime, even if I live another 35 years. I didn't think I'd see any of these things. I didn't think I'd be able to see AIs writing songs and singing the songs and doing their own podcasts, like you had that podcast you had them do about me that we played on the show, and to sound pretty convincing, and to be able to make jokes, and to be able to write poetry, and to be able to create art, and to converse with people like it's a human being. I mean, to see all this in the 2020s, in the first half of the 2020s, is amazing. It's a tremendous leap. But what gets me sometimes is the simple mistakes it makes. Like, it's funny, you'll ask an AI to draw a picture of something, and it'll draw a great picture with a lot of detail, and it'll be very creative with things, and you'll be so impressed. And then you'll notice that the simplest thing, like writing a label on something in the picture, it'll get the letters wrong. It'll misspell it. It'll insert letters that aren't really letters, that almost look like it's writing in Russian. Like, you go, how is it screwing that up of all things? That should be the easiest part.
Yeah, but totally. And those are improving so fast now. You know, with Claude and, you know, the new ChatGPT that came out this week. It's pretty amazing how just how quickly a lot of these things you're pointing out, definitely valid, but are just improving fast as the technology evolves.
Yeah, and we will have a time not too long from now where AI can start doing more and more jobs that are held by humans, and we're going to have a similar issue to the Industrial Revolution and the automation revolutions that took away a lot of people's jobs for the time being. And then it always seems like the workforce recovers from this, that just people shift over to other things. So I remember even when computers started to appear in businesses and people saying, oh my God, computers, this is going to take away so many jobs. We're going to have a big unemployment issue. And no, we didn't. Things just shifted around. So that'll probably happen again. But boy, you're going to start seeing a lot of positions eliminated once AI gets a little bit better to where it can do these things better than the humans can, and for much, much cheaper. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how all this evolves over time. And yeah, it can be used in government. And, you know, like that Doge that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are doing, yeah, that's where this could be useful, because there are so many government employees that would have to be looked at, and government departments. I just can't see how they could hire enough people to do this and to do it efficiently. AI, I don't think it has the capability right now, but if AI could analyze these departments and figure out where the waste is and figure out what the real size of these departments should be and who should be fired and who's been producing, and then kind of present these reports to the head of each department and say, what do you think about this? What's your response? That could cut out a lot of the work for that Doge department and get a lot of it done. So things like that, I think, could be very useful to have AI assisting. I haven't heard it's going to. But yeah, that is going to change a lot. And we're definitely going to see a lot of attempted changes, a lot more than Trump's first term. Whether they're going to go through these changes and whether they're going to be successful changes remains to be seen. And I guess the bottom line is, if most of this works out, then you'll probably see a Republican reelected in 2028, whoever that might be, J.D. Vance or whoever else gets the nomination. And if a lot of this fails and people look at this and say, wow, Trump screwed everything up, then whoever runs is not going to win, even if they distance themselves from Trump. So I don't want to talk about the 2028 election already when we just had the 24 election, but I think that's going to be a big part of it. And there's also a non-zero chance, or much bigger than a zero chance, than that Trump won't make it through all 4 years, either from getting too sick or from dying. And I don't mean from assassination, though I guess it's possible too. We've already had 2 attempts that were made this year. and even a third one that just didn't come to pass. So it's not hard to believe even someone would do that. But I'm more talking about just him being 78, and anything can happen at that point, no matter how good of health care you have. I know the president has access to the best care, but if your body's breaking down, it's breaking down, and there's not much you can do, especially at that age. So we will see. There's been some signs that Trump isn't quite what he was before, that there's already a decline. Though I don't see it anywhere near what was going on with Biden in 2020. With Biden, it was very clear in 2020. Now, he was much worse in 2024, but he was already going downhill in 2020. And in fact, if you compared him at the vice presidential debates in 2012 to his 2020 debates, it's a world of difference in just those 8 years. So Trump, he comes off energetic and he comes off lucid and all that. But, there's moments where he does seem a little bit confused or does weird things. And it's not surprising for someone of that age. He did have the energy to do these campaign rallies, several of them each day. I mean, he had a very tough schedule in this campaign season, and he handled it. And this is something that would tire out most middle-aged people. And he did this at age 78. So that speaks well for his level of energy. He may have used some drugs of some sort to keep him able to do this, but still he was able to do it. So I'm not saying that we're going to have another senile president on our hands, but I'm not saying that we're not either as some time passes. So in general, I don't like to see presidents elected who are that age. And people are forgetting, because a lot of people were not alive then or not old enough to have noticed it, but people are forgetting what happened with Reagan, where in the final 2 years of his term, he was going senile. He had Alzheimer's, and people didn't realize it yet. And in fact, if you watch him in 1990, at January 1990, on the Poker Fraud Alert YouTube channel, you can see Ken Scaler talking to President Reagan on Larry King's show. And this is January 1990, just a year after Reagan left office, and he's already senile there. He's already confused. Larry King has to get him back on track to answer Ken's question. So he was definitely losing it. And it's not his fault. You get Alzheimer's, you get Alzheimer's. He was old, and it happened. So I don't blame Reagan for this, but that should have been a lesson to the country that you don't elect a very old president, because you never know what's going to happen. Here we did it in 20 and 24, so I guess we haven't learned. And in fact, Kamala was the only non-elderly candidate that made it through the primary, and she didn't really make it through the primary. She just replaced Biden. She was the only non-elderly candidate since 2016. Hillary was old. Trump was old. Trump's even older now. Biden was old, of course, and already senile. So hopefully we'll start returning to younger candidates on both sides. It's just a fact of human life that once you get past 70, it starts to go downhill fast. Some people faster than others. And it's actually pretty rare after 75 to not have lost something mentally. And I don't mean that you're senile. I'm just saying that once you're past 75, you're going to start to have cognitive issues, even small ones. And some people, it's not apparent because they're mostly sharp. But they're just still not quite the same. You're not going to find many people at age 80 that are as cognitively strong as when they were 50. It happens, but it's not common. And then some people just really go downhill, and some, it can happen very quickly. My grandmother went from very sharp to just completely out of it in her 80s within 9 months. So it can happen. It can happen very fast, even with people you wouldn't expect to have it happen with. My parents are both very sharp still, and they're around 80. So I haven't seen it with them yet. But are they 100% as sharp as they were 30 years ago? Probably not. But as far as 80-year-olds, they're extremely sharp. And I guess that's good for me from the standpoint of not only that my parents are still sharp, but also that if I physically make it to that age, I'm less likely to go senile myself. But still, anything can happen, especially past 80. So you don't want the president being that age. All right, I've been on here for so long. I started this show almost 10 hours ago. It's not going to be 10 hours in the archives because of editing and the removal of the one break I took, but this is a long-ass show. I knew it would be, too. Trader Risky got a whole night of sleep in between.
I sure did, Druff. I don't know how you do it.
You know what's going to happen? This happens every time when I do a show like this. I go to sleep, and I wake up, and I go, oh, my God, I'm getting sick. I've got a sore throat. And I go, oh, wait a minute. No, I'm not getting sick. I gave myself a sore throat by talking so much. But like for the first few minutes I'm awake, I'm like, shit, I'm sick again. And then I get all stressed out that a bad cold is coming. And I'm going to have this terrible sore throat. And I go, oh, no. I just gave myself the sore throat from all the talking. And what was tough about this one, I only took one break, and I didn't really have very much where I could rest my voice. During the first segment, I actually didn't talk that much because we had an interview, and the guy we had on did a lot of talking. But I hadn't really been talking much yet, so there wasn't much to take a break from. And the only other thing I really didn't have to talk much through was the Negreanu and Amanda segment, but that wasn't a very long segment, where I was playing their show and then stopping every so often and talking. So, yeah. This ended up being a long segment, too. It ended up like 2 hours about Trump. Well, I always put this at the end of the show, so for those who don't want to hear like political stuff, they don't have to skip through it. They can just turn it off. So I always put this at the end. And yeah, I try to be fair here. I try not to just be like a partisan hack that's just going to defend my own side. I try to be realistic. And yeah, I have people on my own side who get upset sometimes that I'm not totally on board with everything. And then I have people on the opposite side that are upset that I don't agree with them. But I got to say whatever I think. I got to say whatever I notice. By the way, despite all the criticisms I've put out so far about the cabinet picks and everything, I don't regret for a second that I voted for Trump. Not that it matters in California, but it's not like I'm saying, oh, man, I wish I supported Harris. No, I don't. I still don't. So these are just criticisms that I wish were being done differently. All right. I'm done here. I can tell you the date of the next show, December 7th. We're going to have that big free roll for Robert Gray, 7:30 p.m. Probably begin the show around 7. And I made it 7:30 p.m., the free roll, so you East Coasters can play without it being too late. And it's going to be Saturday night, so you don't have to worry about work the next day. At least most of you don't. So yeah, we're done. Trader Risky, thank you for coming on before and after sleep. I had to hang up on you, by the way. You were just kind of there and sleeping, so I had to just drop you. But
yeah, I'll sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you came back, and I always know I've been on too long when the co-host goes to sleep, has a full night of sleep, and wakes up, and I'm still on. That's a sign I have to quit. So
I couldn't believe you're still going strong, and I woke up. I had to go over fantasy football with Brandon, and then you were still on. So I'm like, all right, let me jump back in.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you just reminded me. I've got to look at football myself. I got to brag about something. Now that you bring up, this isn't really fantasy football, but I got to brag about something. Okay, so I was brought into something that I hadn't been doing and wasn't even that aware of. And that was these daily fantasy sports sites that in California, you can't use them as sports books because online sports betting is not legal in California. But what is legal is parlays of sports props, which I don't even understand how that is legal, but somehow they found some loophole to where it is. And I wasn't even aware that could be done. I thought sites like DraftKings and Underdog and Prize Picks, I thought those were only for daily fantasy sports, which I kind of wanted to get into, but I just never did. And now I kind of feel like I'm just far enough behind all the good players that I'm never going to catch up. So I just really haven't had enough motivation to do it. But Willie McFML, who is a longtime member of the forum and also listener to the show, he got me into this, and he talked me into signing up for these. So I did, and at first it was kind of a fail. Now, I wasn't betting very big, but I wasn't betting that small either. But yeah, not like I lost a lot of money, but every week I was losing. Not like a lot of weeks. Like this only started a few weeks ago, but it started off not that great for me. So basically what you're doing is you're making prop picks on performances of individual players. You can't bet on the game or the total. You have to bet on individual players and what they're going to do. And you have to bet on more than one. You have to do a minimum of 2. And you can do more than 2. And then you have to hit them all in order to win. Now, there's also what's called a flex pick, where you can miss one and still win and get paid a reduced amount. But in general, you're looking for them all to hit. So it's like a parlay. It's a parlay of prop picks. And as I said, I was just not hitting. So my bankroll on these sites was dwindling down. And I was thinking, damn it, I kind of wish Willie didn't tell me about this, because I've chunked off some money here. Again, not big money, but, money nonetheless. So finally, yesterday, which I guess now is 2 days ago, this was on Friday, I got a taste of what it's like to actually win. There's a lot of variance in this stuff, because since they're parlay picks, then you can either win a lot more than you're betting on a particular bet, or you just lose. So you're losing 1-1, but you'd win 6-1, 7-1, 8-1. So if you can put together a few wins in a row, then you're really kicking ass, but then you can go through long droughts. So on Friday, on Underdog, which it's called underdogfantasy.com, they don't have very good payouts there, but they have bonuses that they'll give you, and I think they were giving me some better bonuses because they saw me as a fish because I kept losing. But I had a 50% profit boost, which isn't as good as it appears, but it made it to where you were almost getting the true odds on what you'd be paid if there was no house juice with this boost. So that shows you how bad it is normally without the boost. So I was just sticking to the boosted stuff. So on Friday, they were doing an NBA boost. So I did overs on Clint Capella, points plus rebounds plus assists, Kobe White, points plus assists, and Benedict Mathurin, points plus rebounds plus assists, all overs. And I hit all 3. Mathurin looked questionable, but then he easily made it at the end of the game. So I thought I was going to lose that one, but I won. So I bet 300, and I won $22.50. So I got my 300 back plus a $22.50 profit, which is a plus 750 win. Plus 750 meaning the odds, not the amount of money. So that's 7.5 to 1. I won. That was great. So I said, okay, that's sweet. And that basically erased what I was down. I was about down that amount. I was up a little bit. I was up like a few hundred after this. So I said, okay, that's good. I'm kind of get to start fresh now. This wiped out the losses that I've incurred over the last few weeks with this. So, okay, good. Hope I'll hit another one, sometime in the near future. Well, the future was very near, because the very next day, Saturday morning, I was up around this time, early morning, 6 a.m. or whatever, and I picked some college football props because it had a college football 50% profit boost. So that's what I had to do. I normally wouldn't do college football, but I did. So I did Cam Scatterbo for over 89.5 rushing yards, Elijah Badger over 53.5 receiving yards, and Travion Henderson over 50.5 rushing yards. This is all in college. And all 3 of them hit. Another $22.50 profit for me from a $300 bet. Well, I had another one. I had, for the evening, an NHL boost. So I said, okay. Again, normally wouldn't be betting NHL player props, but might as well. And I said, wouldn't it be funny if I won a third in a row of this? So here I did a 4-way parlay, and I took a bit of a different approach this time. I picked fairly big favorites to hit. Not huge favorites, but fairly big favorites to hit that on Underdog were not as big as favorites as they were on the book. So I figured these were good value. So between that and also reading analysis on this and these particular picks that certain experts liked, anyway, I put together a 4-pick ticket that actually was going to pay less than these 3-player tickets on the NBA and with college football because these were favorites. But I picked 4 players, 3 overs, 1 under. And at first it wasn't looking that great, but then towards the end of these games, they started coming on. So the under was looking good the whole way. That was a shots on goal under, and the guy took no shots the entire time. So that one made it easily. And one of the overs for shots made it after not too long, like sometime in the second period. But the problem was there were two others that one of them was just dragging forever, needed one more shot and couldn't get there. And the other one, the guy just was taking no shots, and I had to get 3 shots or more. So I was going to go, okay, well, you can't win them all. These are long shots to hit. But what happens? All of a sudden, things get better, and it's looking like I'm probably going to hit. Then all I need is the guy with the under to get through the game without taking 4 shots, and he did. He ended up taking 0. So I said, okay, sweet, I won. Okay, great, yay, I won the third in a row. And then I saw something happen that I just could not understand and still didn't understand. So here I was prematurely celebrating and telling people I did this third in a row here, third win in a row on these long shot parlays. What happens? One of the shots on goal disappears for one of the players that it already hit for. Rasmus Dahlin of the Buffalo Sabres clearly had 3 shots according to the ESPN updates and all the stats. And then later in the second period, they just disappeared. One of them disappeared. So he went from having 3 shots to 2 shots, and I had over 2.5. And I could not figure out why this happened. This wasn't Underdog's fault because every single stat service was showing he had 2 shots, even though I saw in the written updates that he had 3, and previously it gave him credit for 3 before taking one away. So I don't know if there's some official scoring change. I couldn't understand it. So I started taking screenshots of the ESPN thing, and I was going to complain to Underdog if this happened, and I was going to have to investigate it and figure out if I got fucked. Anyway, it ended up a moot point because he made another shot in the early third, so then it didn't matter anymore. So yeah, I had it. So I won, again, another $1,731 win on a $300 entry. That's 3 in a row. I haven't lost in any of these since Friday night. 3 for 3.
It could hit the post, Druff. If it hits the post, it's not a shot.
No, but it was called a shot and then undone.
No, but they might look at it again if it hit the... hockey's a very fast sport, so if it hits the post...
Oh, maybe you're right, because one of them was like a not stopped by the goalie. It was a wide shot, so maybe they did determine it nicked the post.
I bet that's what it was.
Yeah, that would have pissed me off. That would have been a horrible way to lose after it gives you credit already. Because it has like a bar there showing like if you got there, and the bar showed I got there. So I'm like, okay, yeah. all I need is for Martin Nikas to just get through the game and not take 4 shots, and he had taken 0 and the game was almost over. So I'm like, oh, this is a lock, and sure enough, that made it. So I'm like, okay, sweet, I won, yay! And then I took, oh shit, I got to sweat this again. It was crazy, but yeah, it worked out. It worked. It was a little stressful, but it worked out. So yeah, 3 for 3, and guess what? I have one more. Then I don't think they're going to offer me any more after this because I think they're going to see that I'm not a fish. I have FIFA Soccer today, which I know nothing about. So I have to see if I want to do FIFA Soccer, if I want to go for 4 for 4.
There must be a soccer listener.
Well, that's just... So what I do in these cases where I don't know enough, I just start researching it. I start reading other people's work and then kind of use sort of a consensus thing and also compare their odds versus what the books are charging. And also, I look at what the books are doing. So if the books are just rapidly moving it in one direction... On these props, I figure either the pros are hammering it one way, which is a good sign, or the books think it's going to end up that way, or both. So if it's that plus certain experts that think it's going to go that certain way, and so like I can even do this without knowing enough about these players to make intelligent bets on them, just from the research that I can do on the internet. So it's that's honestly like how I won the NHL and the college football one. Because I will admit these players that I was betting on, I didn't know very much about, but I learned about. So that's all that matters, you know. You just have to do your research and do it intelligently. And yeah, I got lucky too. I mean, I'm not going to win at this pace. But it was nice, you know. It was nice to just have this money land in my lap, about $6K.
That works.
From three $300 bets. So at some point it's going to end, maybe with FIFA. I don't know if I'm going to do FIFA, but I'll have to look. Maybe if I see something convincing for FIFA that looks like these are good bets, then I'll do it. Otherwise, I won't. It feels weird.
50 is it minimum 300 to get the?
No. I just chose 300. I just kind of chose it. You know, like I'm like, okay, well,
something to have a sweat.
Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to bet enough to where if it hit, I'd get something pretty decent. So I go, you know, like winning 2K, or a little more than 2K, a little less than 2K, kind of in the 2K neighborhood. Like, I feel good about that. And yet if I lose 300, it's like, you know, not terrible. So, like, I didn't have the balls to put something like 1,000 on something that's kind of a long shot. Now, of course, I wish I did, but and there's a limit. There's an upper limit of what they'll boost. But I could have done more than 300. I just kind of picked 300 because I kind of saw these as long shots that would be nice if they hit, but not devastating if I lose. Or not even, forget devastating, just like not, like, really frustrating to me. Like, I wouldn't want to put a K on each of these, and then I lose all three and I'm down 3K. Like, that would just get on my nerves. I'd have a hard time dealing with that. So,
what do you think of Mike Evans back today for Daily Fantasy? Daily Fantasy is fun. I can't believe you don't do it.
I know. I should. I keep fearing that I'm like just behind the curve already. I feel like that. Yeah.
But you could, there's flyers. They have these $15 contests where it's $200K for first, and you just have to kind of find some spots.
Okay, that's what Christopher Mitchell would call a lottery mentality. I can't believe I'm quoting him though.
15 weeks. Come on, open up that wallet. Well, I keep hearing commercials for this. Oh, and if the guy scores second, you get your money back. I'm like, why are they advertising this in California? But now you just told me, because I didn't realize that you could do any of that. And I play on FanDuel. I don't know if they have any of that on that. But.
I don't think they have that there, but yeah, I was surprised too when I heard about it. I'm like, at first I'm hearing like about people betting these props and stuff in California. I'm like, well, like what site are you doing this on? And they go, oh, Prize Picks. I go, well, okay, where's that based? And they go, I don't know. These are just like amateur bettors. They were like, these were not people in the poker or advantage play community. So, this person didn't know what he's talking about, but he was right that he was playing on there. And I asked, is it legal? He has no idea. And then I find out from Willie on when he's private messaging me, unrelated to that conversation I had the day before, he didn't even know I had it, that I should do this. And so I said, okay. And then, I start off losing, and then I get this streak going. And that's really encouraged me now. Now I've gotten a taste of the winning here. The 3 hits in a row here, that was an easy 6K, and I know I'm not going to just keep doing that. I know I won't keep printing money like that, but it's showing that I'm on the right track here.
Yeah. And before we go, Druff, your gold star pick of the day.
Well, that's the thing. I don't have one right now. I've got to look into all the games that are going, and I just don't have one at the moment. I've got to look at everything. I'm like, shit, I can't even go to sleep yet. I've got to look at NFL and what I'm going to pick, and then maybe even do this FIFA soccer stupidity, which I don't know. It's hard not to after I've hit 3 in a row here.
Yeah,
it's funny because NBA, I'm like, oh yeah, I can do NBA. That's easy. So I do the NBA pretty easily. Don't even take much time in it. Then get to the college football and go, well, okay. I mean, that's going to require some research. So I do it, and then I hit that. I go, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be greedy and go for NHL because these individual NHL players, I'm not going to be able to do this on my own. And I go, fuck it, I'll do it. And then I like it starts off badly. I go, okay, well, I guess a loss is finally coming. And then I can't believe it when I win that too. And now I'm like, okay, do I do the FIFA soccer? I mean, I kind of have to at this point.
Maybe do the AI test with FIFA soccer, Druff. Run it through one of the models.
Yeah.
All right. Just load in all the stats. from the whole year and then say, here's what I have to do, which I pick.
Yeah, it'll probably perform as well as it did with that card game where it gives me the absolute wrong answer. But anyway, I'll just use my own brain's real intelligence at the moment, what's left of it, and see what I can come up with and see if I'll do it. I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to do the FIFA, but I could, and I guess by the time most people listen to this in the archives, it'll be either I did it and lost, did it and won, or didn't do it. So anyway,
all secondary market, whether you're going to hit it or not.
Yeah. I wonder now. Now that I've had this little taste of success with these 3 in a row, I'm like, okay, well, how good am I really? Like, I know I'm not going to win at this pace or anywhere near it, but like, was this just totally dumb luck that I hit it this way, or was it a combination of luck and that I made some pretty good picks there that were positive expectation regardless of the results? And I think they were positive expectation, everything I did. Not to the level of that I hit, but I think that these were good picks and that it wasn't just me throwing darts at a dartboard. So as long as I keep getting these boosts to keep the odds good enough, and that's the problem. I think they're going to take that away, and then I'll have to do these on another site. But as long as they keep giving me the boosts, then I'll keep on doing it. Oh, and here's what's really weird, too. I did a withdrawal there. I did 2 withdrawals, and one was 5 hours later than the other, and the second one was smaller than the first. For some reason, the second one, 5 hours later, got like almost instantly processed and sent to my bank. And the first one, they say, is going to be 72 hours. So I think the lesson is there, you just don't do big withdrawals. You just do a bunch of smaller ones. That's on Underdog. So things you learn. I don't think they're going to stiff me, but like I just feel better when it's coming to my bank. I always say with this stuff, it's not your money until it's in your bank. All right.
Day, I'm looking forward to hearing about the FIFA.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you know if I do it. Okay. Well, good night, trader. Or not good night. Good night to me. Good day to you. You're going to be up the whole day.
Exactly. All right, brother. See you
All
later.
right.
Bye.
See you later. All right. I made this a long show. So this show started 10 hours and 12 minutes ago. I might have to make this a part 1 and part 2. I know some of you guys hate that, but I think I might have to. I don't think I'm going to have the patience to edit this whole damn thing. So I'll figure out what I put in part 1 and part 2. Sometimes I'll even move stuff around, so sometimes it's not in the order that it airs. Usually it is, but sometimes I'll think, you know what, I want this part to be released first because it's more timely. And some other stuff, like if it's already about stuff from 3 weeks ago, I don't really care if it takes another several days to come out. I don't know, I'll figure something out. I got to edit this later today, and I'll see how fast it goes with the editing and where I feel like putting it. If I do split this, then I'll have to do another one of these closings, because what I do is I record one of these other closings after the fact, so there's one on each part. So when you're hearing this is going to be the closing of part 2, if there are 2 parts. So the advantage of 2 parts is that it gets half the episode out sooner. The disadvantage is it's split into 2 shows when it was really 1, and that sometimes it'll put more of a delay to get the second half of it out, because then I feel less motivation to rush it out there. I think, okay, they've got 5 hours of content, so they can wait. But I think it's kind of good because you get like a good solid 5-hour show, and then a few days later, another solid 5-hour show pops up. And who cares if it was all recorded at once? It's like Back to the Future 2 and 3. They were 2 separate movies, but they were actually both filmed at once. You know that? They were. I think the Lord of the Rings movies had the same thing going on. You get what I mean. Okay, well, thank you for listening, and see you on December 7th with our big Robert Gray Memorial Free Roll. Shalom.